Oh, I guess I need to actually add myself to the stage. Hey everyone, what's up? It is Saturday, May 10th, 8:36 p.m. Welcome to the most stream on the internet. Oh my god, I can hear myself. Gotta fix that. Don't want to hear myself. Okay. Philip, shout out Philip for the first super chat of the night. One of the first super chats in general. Super cool. Super cool, Philip. Good to have you here. Hello. Yeah, Umbreon pooped on the floor. He is indeed an alpha dog. He's the pack leader. He actually does. I have a little bathroom for him in the corner. So he's just kind of long, you know. So like he was trying to poop on his pad, but he missed. So he's doing his best. Okay. He's not even a year old. He's a little guy. Yeah, he is indeed an alpha, the alpha dog. But we're here. We're live. Welcome to the 600 subscriber celebration. Super excited. It's a long time coming. It's a slow burn. Katie Mars, Santiago says boof to Umbreon. Boof, Umbreon. How do you feel about that? I'm sleepy. I'm a sleepy boy. We're a couple of sleepy boys, but we're here. There's a lot to do, a lot to talk about. We're gonna have a lot of fun tonight, I hope. It's a scary world right now, but we got a good place here. Let's see. I planned like an outline, and I try to explore that a little bit. But first of all, how's everyone doing? Shouts out in the chat, whoever's here. Philosophically speaking, what makes 600 subs more special than 603 subs? Well, it's a pretty deep philosophical question. You have to really dig into the moral foundations. What makes a subscription morally good? Really, what is the higher order goodness that 600 subs is aligned with? You know, like you have to really break this down. A special stream for each new sub. That's an idea. I guess we'd just be live forever, which could be fun. Umbria, are you biting me? Are you biting me? Here, I'll let you go play. He's gonna cry in a minute because I put him down. Wrong emoji. Your Umbria must be high level. Poo attack is 100-point move. Yeah, definitely. He has a lot of PP, so he can attack for a long time. Man, good to see. All right, so we got Philip, we got Katie, we got Vikram. Awesome lineup already. Let me get my little outline here together. But keep sounding off in the chat. Keep sounding off. When someone publicly subs to you, have a thank you stream. When they unsubscribe, have a stream calling them out for unsubbing. I'll have to keep track. That's a good idea. We'll be very, very busy, but you know what? I think it's possible. You know, we have so much to do. I mean, oh man. Sorry, I'm still waking up. I took a nice nap. I wanted to make sure I was supercharged for this. So my brain's still reconnecting, but I appreciate you all bearing with me, bearing witness. I have some fun emotes planned. But right now, we actually don't have any members. We have a membership option, but no members yet. So before we start adding maybe I can add an emote to bait you all into memberships. I'll unsub immediately if it means you'll publicly roast me. That's a I don't know if I want to get too personal, Katie, but I could talk shit on Katie for hours, honestly. All right. I woke up an hour ago. I wasn't sure I was going to stream, but I knew I had to. I knew I promised it. I felt the anxiety riling up inside me. You know that, like, when something's like you're expecting to do something and you're like nervous about it and you just feel that like full body anxious, oh man. And I sat with it for a while and I was like, okay, this is signaling to me that I really need to do this because I'm so nervous about it. It's because it's so important to me. It's because I want to do this. This is so fun. And it feels good to have it feels good to actually click the live button, you know? This Katie is cool. That Katie. I like that Katie. All right. Let's no hate to that Katie. Oh yeah. What kind of channel will this be? That's a great question, Philip. Well, if we look at the channel right now, let's go ahead and pull that up. Let's pull up let's share screen. Not that one. Let's actually look at my channel as it stands at the moment. That might help us figure out the answer to that question. Because it's a great question. It really is. I don't know if I have a simple answer, but I think it's something we should explore. So, radical coder. All right, so here's my channel right now. As we can see, we got 603 subs. I think the most important thing is this learning is radical. That's the core. That's the core of the channel. It's not just a slogan. It's a spiritual guide to what this channel is about. It's about learning, about going through the world as it happens, as it's thrown at us, barraged at us right now by the Trump regime in particular, and just learning, just sitting with it, experiencing it all, and breaking it all down in real time, and trying to understand it to the best we can. For example, I posted a video very recently because I saw a meme about how ChatGPT apparently takes 3 bottles of water per every query, which sounds like a lot. And it turns out that's probably not true. And I think that this kind of fear-mongering about AI, which is targeted primarily at people who actually give a shit about the climate, who give a shit about the damages that AI can cause, it's making those people averse to tools that could be used to build community and solve problems on the ground. That I think that, I mean, the title here says billionaires love that, and I think they do. I think they really want those people in particular, the people who care, to not want to use these tools. And I think we should use these tools. I think it's really important. So that's one, learning about AI. It's really revolutionizing the world right now in a lot of ways that we haven't even really begin to feel. And as a software engineer, I have been using ChatGPT and things like it for years. Both as an educator, I used to teach a lot. I used to teach coding. I've taught coding to people of all ages, and I've used AI in that endeavor endlessly, and it's been really helpful for giving people like personalized lesson plans and answering all their questions that they might not want to immediately ask me, or they don't want to interrupt the class to ask, and they can like do more self-sufficient learning and personalized learning. And I think that's really valuable. So I want to teach people how to code, how to use AI, how to express, how to leverage these tools to do their own art, and their own what I'm doing here. Like I'm a very chaotic brained person. If you can't tell, I have a pretty rabid ADHD, and it's very difficult for me a lot of times to organize my thoughts. So using tools like ChatGPT and Gemini and all these other things has been really revolutionary for me to be able to just pour my brain out into a cauldron and letting it stew around in there and spitting out back to me something useful, something interesting, something that I can actually make use of. It reduces the friction between my ideas and action. I can create 5 clickbait titles for a video I'm working on. I can create these thumbnails really quickly. And I know that it would maybe be better, or a lot of people would prefer if I was paying an artist to design stuff like this. But I'm broke as shit right now, so that's not happening. But maybe in the future, that could be on the table. Knees weak, arms are sweaty. Oh, I just realized I've been covering that. I've been covering exactly what I was just trying to show you all. But whatever, you get the point. Ryan slowly rebranding. Oh no. That is completely, that is not it. No, we are not. We are very much not rebranding from politics. We are going full throttle into politics. We are thinning the line between the real life vlogging, as Vic puts it, and politics, because that line is blurrier than ever. And I don't want people to get the wrong idea. I'm strictly or a primarily political channel. There will be many political debates. It's not going to stop anytime soon. Make compelling defense to gift members. Ooh, okay. So the first thing that I want to try to set up at some point tonight is a system where channel members can democratically vote on what emotes are used. So this would probably result in some sort of weekly, maybe monthly, maybe bi-weekly. Maybe we can discuss it with the channel members. Some sort of regular interval where we have a poll about the emotes that we have, and decide which ones we want to keep, which ideas for emotes that we want to switch out. And that's just a very baseline. Just emotes is kind of a practice run for this kind of institution, because I think we could also steer the content of the channel. Fundamental, at the end of the day, I definitely want to make sure that whatever happens, I'm always pouring myself into the channel, that I'm always expressing what I, like authentically what I feel and what I want to see on the channel. But I really want that to be guided by the community as well. I really want a lot of democratic and community building around that, I don't know. Oh, I think I've seen like one video by Casey ever, but yeah, exactly. We love Vikram. Review my girl Stansbury's spot on Jimmy Kimmel. I don't know who that is, but maybe we will. Let me see. Stansbury Kimmel. Oh, I should know who this is. Okay, I see. Wait, is there a... Why is it all Facebook? Oh, give me YouTube. When did she go on? Hell yeah, we got okay. Yeah, she's doing. That's right. We've talked. I think we talked a little bit about her, didn't we, Katie? Last time we talked. Will the politicians be using AI? They are using AI. They absolutely are. They are in many ways. There is really good reason to believe that Trump's tariff policy was generated through ChatGPT. Um, and you know, I use ChatGPT for a lot of stuff, but the, the concern is, I mean, it hallucinates a lot. Like it makes up shit constantly. Um, and you have to really be actively aware of that and engaging with that. And like double checking everything around it. Because yeah, it makes up shit and it gets things wrong constantly. And the the reason that doesn't matter to the Trump regime is because they don't really care about getting stuff wrong. And we'll kind of get into that in a little bit. We're gonna watch Three Arrows' most recent video. Definitely this as well. I do want to do some open panels. Um, yeah, decent amount of open panels. I really enjoyed modding a panel the other day when I just invited people on. I think it was a good uh, it was a good experience for me. I like being able to kind of pause a conversation and be like, hey, let's not move on. Like someone was like, hey, I'm going to bring up these four examples um, of times where a president ignored a Supreme Court ruling, and he just wanted to like hammer out these four examples. And I was like, okay, let's like walk through them one at a time. And he's like, well, I have four examples. I'm like, okay, well, slow the fuck down, you know. But yeah, I enjoyed having panels. I think that's gonna be um, maybe we'll do open panels, like at least one open panel per stream. Maybe like towards the end, we'll bring people on to just chat about what you're feeling. Hell yeah! What's up, Alley Cattail? It's good to see you. Thank you so much. Love the dabs and the cats. You know shit's going to hell when you have post-communist anarchists like me defending democracy. Yeah, for real. Yeah, we have we're uniting the left really uh, to against this postmodern neo-fascist movement. Um, okay, you like Trump, but don't you also like democracy? Oh, you mean like rhetorically? You're saying this to people? Oh yeah, at some people I see what you're saying. I was like, I don't like Trump. I don't know where you got that idea. No, I hear you. I hear you. AI cattails, my AI alt, just FYI. Good to know. All right, I'll keep an eye out for AI cattails. Democrats and conspiracy theories don't mix well. Well, there's some truth to that. I've been I mean for the past few years I've been spending like whenever I am doing YouTube stuff, it's been engaging on until recently, it's been mostly engaging on like more like far right platforms, going on and being like one of the progressive voices in the room. And obviously, those are rich with conspiracy. Um, but I find that these kind of environments they serve as a lot of fodder for people who are curious because they those conspiracies thrive on not getting real answers to the questions. They thrive on like throwing out a million questions and not like you know, steering people in weird meandering directions without ever actually engaging with like the real answers to the questions. You know what I mean? Like this is something that I recognized really hard when I watched when I tuned into Craig, the FTFE. He's an anti flat earther science educator, um, and he spends a lot of time debating flat earthers and debunking flat earthers, but he does so by communicating actual scientific explanations of the phenomena that they are using to uh, they're usually misrepresenting to make their case for a flat Earth. You know, Yeah, what up, Mel? Good to have you here. I'm sorry I haven't replied about a podcast thing. I was excited for you mean. I thought you mean Effigy would be a good trio. I'm still potentially open to doing podcast stuff, but I offered to host an open panel, but we'd see much fewer guests. IMO, feel free to shoot me a DM. I'll bring you on sometime, but yeah, I'm not necessarily looking for a sidekick. But you'll definitely be welcome on. Will members have a name or title? So a long time ago, we had memberships on this channel before I took a long break, and there was a brief period where everyone, like, we were called the Radicalers, and I just don't love it. I liked it at the time. It was kind of cute, but I think strict, like, simple, just maybe just radicals. Just it's simple, straightforward. I think just radicals. Yeah. And like the word radical has so many different meanings. And most of them are apt for what I'm trying to build here, So I'm leaning towards radicals. Umbreon, absolutely. He would love to host a panel. I know he would. What do you think, Umbreon? What do you think, buddy? He's like, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I'm just happy to be here. Yo, Philip, thank you so much. Gifting 5 Radical Coder memberships. Welcome to whoever gets those Radical memberships. You are so lucky to be the first 5 Radical Coder. Look at that. We got Ali now with the membership badge. We'll have to set up some. Maybe that's something we can do together as a community as well. Is setting up what the little badges will look like. But man, so cool, Philip. Thank you so much. Where did you? I actually don't know where you found the channel from. Like, are you from like the Raging Tomato Show? Either way, great to have you here. Yeah, good day. Seriously. Yeah, you've been radicalized, officially radicalized by Philip. Thank you, Philip, for radicalizing the audience. Very important to do right now. So cool. Such a cool thing to see. I love this. Gifted 5 Radical Coder memberships. Absolutely beautiful. Mater, yeah, great to have you. Great to have you. Much love to Sarah. Yeah, Sarah and I've been doing, God, even before she was hosting panels, I was going on shows with her and Ashley, like, way back in the day. So we go way back. Sarah has always been a strong radical supporter. Really appreciate her. Been radicalized. I wonder who else got radicalized. I don't think it pops up immediately. Oh, let's see. Fuzzy B got one. Fuzzy B got a membership. Congrats, Fuzzy B. Also, T.O. Welcome to the channel, T.O. Oh, wait. And Glitchin123 got a membership, got radicalized. Vikram also got a membership. Vikram has also been radicalized officially. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Philip. That's so cool. All right, give me just a minute here. You're telling me I can cop these memberships? What the fuck? How? I've been telling you, you can cop these memberships. There's a join button below the stream, but there's also there should be like a little icon in the chat, I think. Let me see. Yeah, there's a little cash icon there. Show your support for Radical Coder. There's super stickers, super chats, memberships, and membership gifting. All very much appreciated. All support the stream. All of them will feed this little guy. All of them will help him eat. Otherwise, he may starve, It could happen. We got Zirin. Thank you so much for joining. You've been radicalized, Zirin. Congratulations. Radicalize these nuts. I will. Your nuts have been radicalized, Zirin. Thank you so much, buddy. I really appreciate it. So cool. Such a nice feeling. Welcome. We got 8 people, looks like, watching. Make sure you hit that like button. Get the stream popping up in people's feeds. I know, a lot of people across a lot of different spaces are vaguely aware of the Radical Coder, and I would love to see more of them slowly tuning in. I think that we have a lot of growth potential here, and we're just at the very beginning. Ryan actually has a non-zero chance of de-radicalizing me. I appreciate that. I mean, I don't want to de-radicalize you necessarily. I want to re-radicalize in a perhaps. Yeah, loving it. We need to get Mel a membership. Okay. So the first content that I actually want to get into tonight. First of all, just really thank you all. Thank you all for being here. We love our Jimmy Neutron Seth Rogen love child. That's me. Yeah. That's right. Got a blast. And smoke weed every day, right? But yeah, thank you all so much. This is again, when I woke up and was getting prepped for this stream, I was nervous. Like my nervous system was like, what are you doing? It was like freaking out. I'm like, chill, dude. It's just a stream. We've done this a bunch of times. But I don't know. I think as I've been posting content and like taking all of this a little bit more seriously and trying to like really lean into it, I don't know. It feels like there's like more pressure. And but no, this the response I'm seeing from all of you is really encouraging, and I really appreciate it. But unfortunately, it can't all be good news. We got Michelle Hunt. Great to have you here. Minus 10 aura points. Mel, hey. All right, look, we love Mel here, okay? Timu Wolverine. I don't mind that. Someone called me Walmart Taylor Lautner the other day in a different chat. I can live with those. But yeah, it can't all be good news. Unfortunately, we have real political crap to deal with. But we have a good guide for this political stuff. Yeah, indeed. Trump is still, in fact, president. Pour one out for my American pals. I am American. I am my American pals, to be clear. I know we got some Canadians out in the audience. Yeah, disappointing. It's not great. You know, as much as they keep saying they're going to make America great again, you know. I can, but yeah, it is sadly believable. That's a very apt observation. But we have a wonderful guide into the Trump regime's plans, actually, because 3 Arrows has returned. If you are not familiar, 3 Arrows is a YouTuber who probably was one of the early channels to radicalize me a little bit, you know, to the left. A channel that educated me on a lot of topics and got me asking better questions and seeking to understand things in a better way for a long time now. And yeah, he came back after a long time. I don't know when the last 3 Arrows video was before this one. Let me see. It was 2 years ago. Yeah, so it's been 2 years since 3 Arrows posted a video about the Iraq War, calling out PragerU, and another video of theirs that's gotten a lot of traction recently is America's Coming Weimar Moment, and that will be referenced in the video we're about to watch. But let me pull this up. Let me edit my face. Hey, cool. I can see my own stream there. But the video that we're going to watch is called How to Dismantle a Democracy. And it is a very apt reflection on what's been happening in America. So it's going to be how many days until the next election? Yeah, too many. I don't know the exact number. It's only been 100 or so days. It's only been just a few months. but it feels like years, doesn't it? It feels like so much has happened, and it's not a coincidence that it feels like so much has happened. It's in fact very intentional, as we're going to get into. Well, you will. When from? I don't know which part you're responding to, but this video was published just 8 hours ago. And his last video before this was 2 years ago. So that's if that answers the question. Theater mode. Here we go. That's better. Every day he does something. Every day he does at least 3 things, actually. At least 3 things. It's part of the strat. The flood the zone. But yeah, let's go ahead and dive in. I actually listened to this video earlier and I was just nodding along like, yes, thank you for putting words to what I've been like reading about and what we've all been living through, putting good words to it. So let me know if you can all hear once this starts.
On January 19th, 2025, the news agency Reuters published an article describing the content of a leaked diplomatic memo sent from Andreas Michaelis, the German ambassador to the United States, to the German government in Berlin. The briefing document, signed 4 days prior, aims at helping the German government assess the incoming administration and their political goals, domestically and abroad. It carries the title, Trump's Leeway to Redefine the Constitutional Order. In it, the ambassador warns Trump's agenda will bring about, quote, a redefinition of the constitutional order, maximum concentration of power with the president at the expense of Congress and the federal states. Listing the options the Trump administration has to push their agenda onto the state.
Okay, before we get into the options, I wanna pause just right for that, because that alone was I wasn't aware of that report. It somehow slipped past in all the other the barrage of news. I mean, this is absolutely what I've this is kind of the Project 2025 playbook that a lot of people have warned about. But I think this is not referring to Project 2025 specifically, although Project 2025 is kind of the mechanism by which they're doing this. But yeah, I wasn't actually aware of this, of these documents and the German ambassador warning about this. But something that I've been kind of screaming into the void since day one is that whitehouse.gov no longer has a section about the Constitution. If you search whitehouse.gov Constitution, you can find it. Hang on one second. I'm going to switch. Can I switch screens here? I don't know the easiest way to do that. I'm just going to have to do this. Okay. Share screen. If you search whitehouse.gov Constitution, you will find right here the Constitution. And there's a very important word in the headline here, archive. Archive. And that word is here because this is from the first Trump regime. This is from Trump term 1. Okay, this is historical material frozen in time. This website is no longer updated, blah, blah, blah. This is from the first term. Constitution. Whitehouse.gov page on the Constitution is from previous term. The current White House administration does not have a page about the United States Constitution. They have guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion. They have the White House. They have our government. The Bill of Rights. This is actually, oh, okay. I apologize. This has actually been added since I've been screaming about this. So that's good news. But I wonder, are these... Okay, this is better than I thought. I will be... Let's see. This is good. This is better than what was here. Okay. I'll give them credit for putting something together. But this was not here for the first couple months. So I apologize for fear-mongering a little bit too much, maybe, about them removing this. But we're going to get into why it's still really important to be aware that they left that out for a long time. They did then delete it. They added it back in. Okay, yeah. Trump is lurking, made the call exactly. Yeah, he saw I was calling him out. Fair enough, Trump. All right. Let's go back to the 3 hours video then.
Constitutional order. In it, the ambassador warns Trump's agenda will bring about, quote, a redefinition of the constitutional order, maximum concentration of power with the president at the expense of Congress and the federal states.
Sorry, I am going to pause again. So this is obviously a recurring theme that we're going to see. The concentration of power of the president, of the executive branch, at the expense of Congress, which has been sitting very idly by during Trump's 100 days back in office. And they've been very, very harsh, very strong on the states. It's curious that a lot of people who have screamed for years about things like states' rights now seem to be cheering on this executive overreach. But yeah, hit that bong. Puff, puff, pass. So true. Philip is a goat. Philip's the goat. Shouts out to Philip. Thank you again for those memberships. Really appreciate it.
Listing the options the Trump administration has to push their agenda onto the state governments, the ambassador says even military deployment within the country for police activities would be possible in the event of declared insurrection or invasion. With the nomination of a highly loyal DOJ leadership, the threatened dismissal of allegedly disloyal prosecutors and employees, and the unusual replacement of the FBI director with a deep state opponent,
Kash Patel, who, let's remember, wrote a children's book called The Plot Against the King. Just in case anyone is blissfully unaware, Plot Against the King is a children's book written by FBI Director Kash Patel. Give me just a moment here. It really is a nightmare. And the worst part, really, truly, the most depressing part, is that it has a song. Plot Against the King. Where is it? It has a song, and the song kind of slaps. Like it's kind of catchy as hell. Wait, where's the song? Did they take it down? No. If anyone can find the song. Why is this so hard to find right now? Plot Against the King music video, maybe? Yeah, absolutely. They are trying to indoctrinate. They're going to rewrite the history books teaching about how the 2020 election was stolen, indoctrinating our youth to believe a just blatant lie about the election. It's curious. I can't find this. Okay, here's an Instagram reel.
That's a promotional music video for a children's book written by Kash Patel. It's about a noble hero called King Donald and a wizard named Cash. Patel is President-elect Trump's pick to head the FBI. So let's take a look at who he is. Patel held several national security positions in the first Trump administration. Afterwards, he wrote several books. In the Plot Against the King children's book trilogy, Cash, the Distinguished Discoverer, helps King Donald defeat characters like
King
Hillary
Donald.
Clinton, Kamala Lala, and
Kamala
Baron von
Lala.
Biden. One of the books
Baron
refers
von
to
Biden.
2000 Mules, the thoroughly debunked film that falsely claims the 2020 election was stolen from Trump. Patel started his career as a public defender and later a federal prosecutor. During Trump's first term, Patel's work as a congressional aide defending the president got him noticed. He went to work at the Defense Department and National Security Council. The Trump transition team says that's why Patel is, quote, beyond qualified to be FBI director. Another book Patel wrote, Government Gangsters, is for adults, and it was adapted into a documentary. It's about the deep state, which is one of Patel's
All right, we don't have to go through that whole thing. Actually, maybe we should.
main talking
Probably not that
points.
long.
The deep state conspiracy refers to the idea that a huge raft of governmental officials are actually hostile to the president and want to obstruct him, and want to disempower his constituents and his movement.
Muirhead says whether someone believes,
And you know, if Trump's goals are anti-constitutional and they identify anyone who doesn't want anyone who follows the law, right, or like follows the law as Trump tries to reshape what the law is and identifies that as the deep state, then they're just saying that people who are following the law, people who are resisting Trump's agenda, if Trump's agenda is illegal, they are the quote unquote deep state by this definition, right? We could add their bios as the admin meanders along. Yeah, actually, this is something I actually really like that you said this, Allie, because it's something I've been workshopping in the background a little bit. Is kind of some sort of tracking system for all of this, and I will follow up on this. Yeah, this is definitely something that's going to come up again. So I appreciate you bringing that up. I think you said something. I think you commented something similar on my conversation with Tom Foolery. You suggested something about like going down common talking points, and I think you're speaking very much to the kind of I call it resistance OS, and it's a project that I am absolutely looking to build up. So it's literally everyone who supports Trump a failed cultural leader. Yeah, mostly, or like people who are corrupt, people who they have dirt on. People, yeah, like I mean, remember Matt Gaetz was the original pick for Attorney General, and the only reason that he didn't end up being Attorney General is because they released the report about him trafficking underage women, underage children, I should say. So yeah, and you know, obviously Trump knew that those allegations about Matt existed. Trump knew that those investigations existed. And that's why he wanted someone like Matt Gaetz, because they could control him, right? They could decide whether or not those reports were released based on his performance, based on his loyalty to Donald Trump. Yeah, they shouldn't have to follow him, but obviously they're weaponizing the government in a way to make it so that if you don't follow him, well, you're the deep state, you're the enemy. Yes, yeah, absolutely, Allie. Please. I really, I can't do it alone, obviously. But yeah, we'll work more on this for sure. I appreciate that. All right, let's hop back over to the 3 hours video. I know we've barely got started, but yeah, there's so much. And again, we're gonna see how that theme of there being so much comes back up over and over and over.
Ensures that investigative discretion is exercised as
Water.
much as possible in favor of his goals and person. Freedom of speech applies above all to the MAGA word, and T and Musk are already taking action against critics and non-cooperating media companies. One is using lawsuits, threatening criminal prosecution and license revocation. The other is having algorithms manipulated and accounts blocked. Basic democratic principles and checks and balances will be largely undermined. The legislature, law enforcement, and media will be robbed of their independence and misused as a political arm. Big tech will be given co-governing power. Hello, everyone. Roughly 2 years ago, I released a video on this channel with the title America's Coming Weimar Moment that has been receiving some renewed popularity as of late. The video aimed at answering a question I receive a lot because of my podcast on the Weimar era. That question being if the turbulent interwar years that ended with the rise of the Third Reich are comparable to the contemporary United States. And drawing this comparison is a cliche at this point, but I don't mind because I'm not too good for cliches. And I do believe there are some valuable lessons to be learned. My answer to that question was basically that while the periods are very different and it's not always helpful to match the current moment onto the past, that the United States was chugging along a trajectory towards that in-between space that Germany spent years in, where democracy was functionally dead, but the country wasn't a fascist dictatorship either. And key to understanding how democracies give way to whatever comes after is that it's never a single event that you can point to, but a slow-moving process. When I made that video, the United States Supreme Court had just overturned Roe v. Wade, and the fear at the time was that a right-wing judiciary would weaken American democracy permanently. Never could I have guessed that now, 2 years later, the state of American democracy would be so much worse that the judiciary is looked towards as a chance to halt or at least slow the advance of the current assault on democracy and government. I started this channel.
Sorry, I let's take a moment here. Another recurring theme that I've seen in people who are covering what's been going on is just how, like, the people who were crying wolf, as it were, the people who were saying how bad a second Trump term would be, even most of the things that they were saying have been just so paled in comparison to the reality. Like it's so much worse than most of the worst case predictions. Like it's so crazy. And it's happened so fast. Something he's going to bring up shortly is that in the first week, maybe the first day, I think it might be the first day that Trump was back in office, he signed about the same number of executive orders that he did in his first year of his first term. So first day, signed as many orders as in his first year. And those orders have just kept coming, right? Like there's new executive orders every few days. Like we're hearing constantly about, and it's, I mean, if you remember, like Trump's first term, like every executive order that came out was, one thing that got debated about for a while, that people would fight about, that news was covering, breaking down for a long period of time. But this time, it's damn near impossible without some sort of leveraging AI, right, to keep track of all the different things that are happening. Like, and there's just so many plot threads for Sharpie's brand equity. True. Well, or whoever makes the auto pens. But yeah.
In
Actually, it's good. He just talks a
2016.
little slow.
So I was fully tuned in when the first Trump presidency came around. And a huge difference between Trump 1 and Trump 2 is the breakneck speed at which everything is happening. In the first Trump term, you had scandals, you had actions by the government that were unconstitutional, but I always felt like I had a sense of what was currently being fought over. But this time around, it feels like you're hearing about one thing, and as soon as you have a grasp of the issue, 5 other outrageous things have already happened in the meantime. It's very disorienting and makes it much more difficult to gain an understanding of what the Trump administration is doing at any given moment. It's also more difficult to mount opposition on one issue because creating a political narrative and letting it spread through the media takes time. If this feeling of disorientation sounds familiar to you, I can assure you that it's not you getting too old to keep up with what's going on or being too young to understand it. It's a conscious effort. Here is Steve Bannon in a 29.
Yeah, and I talked about this, what he's about to show, or what he's about to read rather, in when I first started streaming again. I was talking about Steve Bannon's flood the zone tactic. And this is 100,000% what they're doing. It's very intentional. It's supposed to make you feel overwhelmed. It's supposed to be too much to grapple with, right? It's supposed to make you overwhelmed and want to tune out and to just say that I can't even, like to just be like, it's supposed to feel exhausting, right?
2019 interview with PBS talking about this effort in regards to the media. Because they're dumb and they're lazy, they can only focus on one thing at a time. And all we have to do is flood the zone. Every day we hit them with 3 things. They'll bite on one and we'll get all of our stuff done. Bang, bang, bang. These guys will never be able to recover. But we've got to start with muzzle velocity. So it's got to start and it's got to hammer. Donald Trump was inaugurated on January 20th of 2025. By the end of that month, that's 11 days, he had signed 46 executive orders. This is about how many Trump had signed in a whole year during his first term. So the sense of disorientation.
Like I said, 46 executive orders. Was it the first day, he said?
Signed 46 at the end of that month. That's
okay, by the first month, not the first day. I apologize. So by the end of the first month, so that's like 12 times the speed of the first year. Or 12 times the speed of his first term, basically.
Days. He had signed 46 executive orders. This is about how many Trump had signed in a whole year
10
during
days.
his first term.
I'm sorry. Yeah. And so not even a full month. By the end of that month. So it was only 10 days into the regime, right? So January 20th was the first day. And by the end of that month, not a month in, by the end of that month, so maybe like 36 times faster, because that's like a third of the month, right? So either way, it's extreme. It's a breakneck speed, and it's very intentional.
Term. So the sense of disorientation is not a byproduct of how crazy US politics are at the moment, but the goal, its aim is to knock the opposition of the Trump administration, which aren't just Democrats, but civil society, off balance to make resistance difficult to form. I even felt this during the writing of this video, because in even making a video like this, you are bound to leave out or not touch upon topics that are crucial. Nonetheless, this video is an attempt to kind of anchor you and me, tune out the noise, and try to understand the mess we're in. Apart from the speed of which everything is happening, another critical difference between Trump 1 and Trump 2 is the approach. Because during...
I just want to take a step back for 1 second. And anyone who's here, what executive orders do you remember from this term? Like, which ones stand out? How many stand out? How many like specific executive orders? I mean, you're most of you are probably more tuned in than the average American. But like, I doubt. I mean, I'm pretty. I follow this stuff, near constantly, and there's just way too many, yeah, the one declaring there's like basically eliminating the distinction between sex and gender, right? Just making it so there's only male and female. That was a big one. That was like one of the first days. What else was there? Let's see. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you forget there's two. It's so much. There was yeah, so I'm just plugging in ChatGPT, like give me a breakdown of some of the executive orders from these. Yeah, Doge is about the one I was about to mention. Yep, Doge. It is exactly the point. Yeah. So there was the creation of the Department of Government Efficiency, which I mean, we could do dozens of streams alone just going into the things that Doge has done, right? Yeah, Stargate, January 6th pardons, that's a huge one. People who assaulted police officers, right? People who took a literal shit in the Capitol. People who were busting down Nancy Pelosi's door while Trump was tweeting "Stay peaceful." Imagine if you're one of the people in the Capitol, because people will cite like Trump telling people to stay peaceful. But imagine if you're in the Capitol and you're doing violence, you're busting down Nancy Pelosi's door, and minutes later, Trump sends out a tweet that says, "Stay peaceful." Stay peaceful. He knows you're not being peaceful, right? He means keep doing what you're doing. Don't stop. You're good. I endorse this. That's what he meant, right? Yeah, declaring national emergency at the southern border. Yeah, poor patriots being held hostage. The pooping patriots. We gotta laugh. Canceling DEI. Yep, DEIA, right? Because a lot of that's accessibility as well, which includes things like wheelchair ramps. As if they're peaceful. Exactly. Yeah, they weren't peaceful. And they knew they weren't being peaceful, and he knew they weren't being peaceful. When he said stay peaceful, he knew that. Rollback of DEI, reinstatement and expansion of the Patriotic Education Order. This is another one. Reviving the 1776 Commission. These are things that penalize schools for teaching critical race theory, which is, a topic that I've personally been in the coal mines screaming about for years now. Ever since Christopher Rufo first went on Fox News and said that critical race theory has become the default ideology of the federal bureaucracy. Critical race theory, as a reminder, is just the idea that fundamentally race is not a biological category, but rather an invention and legally enforced category that was specifically weaponized to oppress people of color. Defunding PBS, USAID. Oh yeah, starving millions of people, right? People who had congressionally approved funds, right? Congressionally approved funds that were just ended, right? Unconstitutionally, just directly cut off people who were going to have food, who suddenly didn't have food, who were going to have medications, who suddenly didn't have medications, all at the whims of the richest man on the planet, right? All at the whims of Elon and Trump. Some of the most powerful people on the planet decided those people no longer deserve to eat. Those people no longer deserve health care. Misapplying the Alien Enemies Act, absolutely. Yep, classifying undocumented migrants from certain countries as national security threats. Right, circumventing due process by labeling individuals enemy aliens, which allowed deportations without hearings, even for asylum seekers and residents. One of the most notable outcomes of this was Kilmar Abrego Garcia's deportation, who was a legal resident. Kilmar was living in the United States legally, right, ever since his 2019 hearing. He was working. He was in a union. Stopping counterintel on Russia? Absolutely. Oh, by the way, just a fun fact. I don't remember who it was. One of the people in the group, the leaked group chat, the leaked signal chat. When that signal chat was active, one of the members was visiting Russia at the time, like was actually visiting the Kremlin, was in Russia with Putin while they're being texted like military war plans, basically, right? Yeah, there's one about terrorism, I believe, as well. They don't care. They don't think the laws that make it legal are legal in and of themselves. Yeah, and or that aren't legal. Yeah, I see what you're saying. There's it's something I was talking about the other day when I had people on a panel. Is that Trump is really actively working within like legal gray areas. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, you're good. Like they're they're stretching the Constitution as much as possible, right? Like they know that what they're doing is illegal or borderline illegal, and they're using weird excesses of like legal artifacts that they can as pressure points, so that they're trying to stretch the resistance extremely thin, right? So it's virtual and so it's like almost impossible to challenge because there's so much that has to be handled all at once. Going after law firms. Going after law firms, suing media outlets. God, so much. Exactly. Yeah, it doesn't say outright you can't do X, and it's like, okay, well, we, tariffs. The tariffs. Oh man. So there was an order declaring federal law and order emergency. Yeah, here this is the loosely defined domestic unrest as justification for expanded federal law enforcement actions, including warrantless surveillance. Warrantless surveillance. That's fun, right? This was let's see, streamlined authorization of streamlined justice pilot programs, directing the DOJ to explore non-traditional adjudication models for immigration, civil disobedience, and certain protest-related crimes. That's going to come up a lot when we talk about the pro-Palestinian protesters. Suspension of climate and environmental justice executive orders, revoking over a dozen climate-related orders, including those that required environmental justice reviews for new infrastructure projects. By the way, this is kind of a funny thing. I was watching friend of the stream, Andrew Wilson of the Crucible. I was watching his stream a couple weeks ago, and he made the comment about how, and this was just him kind of going off the cuff, just memeing around, talking about how he would vote for a Democrat if they would just invest in getting rid of power lines, above ground power lines, because they're ugly. And I was curious because, there was an infrastructure bill, a bipartisan bill to memory, that Biden got through. And I was wondering, would this contribute to that? And while the infrastructure bill doesn't specifically target putting above ground power lines underground, it does specifically allocate funds to programs that would do that, that would be able to do that where applicable. It very specifically allocated funds to those processes. So I was very happy to tell Andrew, and he kept ignoring this message in the chat. But I was very happy to inform him that there was a Democrat who he could have voted for, or he could have voted for that Democrat's surrogate, if you will, in terms of Kamala Harris. But yeah, there was in fact a candidate. There is in fact a Democratic precedent for exactly this thing that he was crying about. Yeah, Gulf of America, withdrawing from the Paris Climate Accords, attacking sanctuary cities, absolutely. So much. All right.
During Trump's first term, you had numerous government actions that were later deemed unconstitutional by the courts. The first two versions of the travel ban, for instance, were struck down for violating religious freedom, which is guaranteed by the Constitution. The government cannot infringe on rights given by the Constitution. That's the idea, at least. And you can make the argument that something like the travel ban is constitutional or revise it, which the Trump administration did during his first term. But this argument over whether something is constitutional or not assumes a shared understanding that a president should be bound by the Constitution, something that has been completely thrown out the window during Trump's current term. Here is what Jamel Bowie writes on this in the New York Times. The new president has, in just the first 2 months of his second term, performed a number of illegal and unconstitutional acts. But the defining attribute of his administration thus far is its anti-constitutional orientation. Both of its most aggressive and far-reaching efforts, the impoundment of billions of dollars in congressionally authorized spending and the attempt to realize the president's promise of mass deportation, rest on fundamentally anti-constitutional assertions of executive authority. In other words, the Trump administration has moved on from claiming that it is playing by the rules and their understanding of them to openly saying the rules don't apply to the president. So what we see now is...
Yeah, if you remember, Trump tweeted... or truth social, what was the post? I think he tweeted it as well. He who saves his country, or whatever. What is it? What's the quote? He who saves his country does not violate any law. He who saves his country does not violate any law. That's not how it fucking works, dude. That's not how it fucking works, actually. In fact, that's kind of the opposite. If you are in a country of rules, a country of laws, as we are, then you're kind of doing exactly the fucking opposite of saving the country. Yeah, it's okay when he does it. It probably is, but I think it's a Napoleon quote specifically. Yeah. It's in the spirit of Nixonisms, though, I'm sure.
Is an administration that feels it is completely unbound by any constraints of law or separation of power. And that is usually a canary in the coal mine moment, an outright rejection of legal constraints compared to the argument that you're operating within those constraints. There is a word for this type of government, by the way, in which the sole law-making authority is vested in a single person or leader, in other words. Anyway, when I started writing out this script, this section was called Canaries in the Coal Mine, pointing to some worrying developments, but that metaphor doesn't really work anymore. The canary in the metaphor is supposed to be an early indicator of danger. At this point, it's like you get to the mine and it's just bursting at the seams with dead canaries. There's no foreboding, there's no historical parallel educating us about the danger that might come. We are in the middle of that historic moment for the United States.
Well, good to see you anyway, 10th man. We'll I think after we go through this video, we'll maybe I'll drop a StreamYard link and some people can hop on and argue with me about whatever has been said. But first I want to go through this because I think it's really important. But I appreciate you being here. Make sure you click the like button, everyone. Click the like button. Drop a super chat, super thanks. You can gift memberships or get a membership. Highly recommend. We're going to be going later into some emote setups. Actually, you know what? We did get the memberships that we Philip gifted 5 memberships earlier. Fuzzy B look at that little badge. Fuzzy with the badge. You see that? You got gifted a membership. Shout out Philip. Shout out Philip with the 5 gifted Radical Coder memberships earlier. Super cool. Yeah, shouts out Philip. Love that. So at some point during the stream, we are going to set up some initial emotes for you all, and also start working on some sort of system for you all to be able to decide what emotes stay, what emotes go. And I'm thinking maybe like a bi-weekly, maybe we'll do a small like members only stream where we discuss it. Yeah, super exciting. What's up, Growling Arachnid? Good to have you here. Appreciate you all being here. I think some of the first emotes that we'll set up, I've got an Umbreon one. I got a couple cute Umbreon ones. And I have a Shrek heart. You're a bi-weekly. I am not hey, listen. I'm straight every day, okay? Yo, Growling. We love Growling here. Happy to have all of you here. Super great to see you all, seriously. Make sure you like the stream as well so that more people find it. Really appreciate you all, though.
Let's pick up some of those dead canaries to illustrate my argument here. Since March 2025, the Trump administration has deported over 200 people to a maximum security prison in El Salvador. The justification, which I don't want to spend too much time on, is that these are members of a nation that has declared war on the US government.
Well, he doesn't have to spend too much time on it, and I won't either, but I do have a video that I published a couple weeks ago about this exact topic, about how they used... It speaks to what I've been saying about the kind of gray areas of the Constitution, and of the rule of law in general, specifically referring to Supreme Court ruling Korematsu, which back in 2019 or 2018, I think Justice Roberts wrote about how that ruling was, even at the time, just I don't remember the exact words he used, but you know, it was wrong and harmful, but it hasn't actually been overturned by the court. So what that means is, under the Alien Enemies Act, Trump can basically pick up any foreign invader, right, and lock them up with no due process, no hearing, using cherry-picked info. Can you tell me what context I'm missing? Can you be more specific? Like, what? I mean, it's true that I'm focusing on the things that I find more negative, but there are plenty of cherries to pick from. You know what I mean? Like, Trump is giving me a cherry bush, a very rich cherry bush that's been well fed with it's been very well fertilized, right, with constitutional bending. You know, there are many cherries to grab. So 10th Man is against creating a workers' union for cherry pickers all over the country. Shame on you, 10th Man. Shame on you. This anti-union rhetoric will not be respected here. We love our unions. Quite sad. Send the indesirables to another country. Yeah, that's exactly what they are trying to do. That's what they've been doing. Yeah, sure. 10th Man, never a cherry picker. But yeah, please be more specific about what I'm cherry picking and what context would paint a different picture than the one that I am presenting with my cherry picked examples. Cherries grow on trees. Well, I was just testing you all. See, and Michelle knew as a true botanist. Cherry grabber, what's a dark device? Good to have you here. Cherry bush. Do cherries grow? Is that true? Cherry tree? Oh yeah, because George Washington chopped down a cherry tree, right? That makes sense. You should. You are. You absolutely are. I appreciate having you here. I love your profile pic, by the way. I've admired this in the Discord I'm in with you. The cursed Jigglypuff from that episode of Pokemon. Super very nostalgic. Big fan. Auschwitz is in Poland. Yes, absolutely it was. Auschwitz was not in Germany. This is something I've also hammered down a bit as a fun fact, if you will. Okay, well, I'm not declaring you wrong about a specific thing, but I am asking you to substantiate your accusations of cherry picking, right? Yeah. Also, if you actually accept that you're wrong, right? You proved this all wrong on Friday last night. Proved all what? What? You gotta be more specific. We can't. This is meaningless. You know what I like? This is vapid. I proved this all wrong. You proved everything wrong. Like I don't. Most of the stuff that we're talking about so far is not like uncontested. It's not even stuff that the Trump regime denies necessarily. You know. If you were better at detecting when you're wrong, that might actually mean something. Yeah, exactly. DM me on Dusty. Okay, I'll let you know when the panel opens up and you can come explain it to us all. They descend to another country. Yeah, exactly. Like El Salvador. Well, you know, there's also the chat. If you do feel like typing anything in the meantime, you are welcome to tell us more specifically what you're referring to. We are all very curious, 10th Man. But until then, take care.
Or which perpetuates attempts or threatens an invasion or predatory incursion. Keep the word invasion in mind here for me, please. Now, those deported were not convicted of anything under this supposed justification, and as such are not serving a prison sentence in El Salvador. If they were, it would mean their sentence would...
We love our trolls, all right? I love my trolls. I love the haters and losers. Very big supporter of the trolls. In fact, you wouldn't be able to tell from today's stream because this chat has been so full of love and support and people who are much more aligned with me. But historically, this channel has not had an audience of supporters in the traditional sense. My chats were usually much more fueled by dissent, by people who troll and disagree with me and make fun of me and fight with me on every single point. This is really, it's where I thrive in a lot of ways. So I absolutely don't mind it. You know, there are lines that I will not let be crossed. You know, obviously, like I'm not gonna let people use slurs and stuff. And there's other like really like hardcore racist shit that I'll put a stop to. I'll put my foot down. But in general, I'm fully on board with the haters and losers. They give me much fuel to work with. So yeah, they make it entertaining unless they get all personal and nasty. Yeah, sometimes when they get a little personal and nasty, it can be fun. But yeah, when that's all they're doing, it can be pretty exhausting. I control if we just pretend laws don't exist. except if they work out in a single best interest. We just pretend laws don't exist, except if they work out in a single best interest. Well, that's kind of what they're doing, right? I will keep doing my thing. All right, back to Three Arrows.
Would have an end. But for all we know, the Trump administration plans to keep them there indefinitely. Likewise, there were no prior hearings to these deportations or any chance for these men to prove that they are not part of a violent gang, as the government alleges. And you might think that this is a somewhat odd justification for deporting someone because being in a gang is itself not a crime. But to engage on that point of the discussion is a pure waste of time, and I'll get to why in a second. Even more odd might seem that, according to a New York Times investigation, most of the deported men don't even have a criminal record apart from immigration offenses in the US or anywhere else in the...
Yeah, this is another thing. I'm sure 10th Man has debunked this, right? And but according to all the data that's out there that I've been able to find, and maybe 10th Man has access to secret data that we're not all privy to. Oh, he's still here. Maybe he's muted it. But as far as I know, only a dozen or so of the deportees have any sort of violent record, at least from that original from the group that included Kilmar, right? There was 200 or something people, I think, who were sent to CCOT, a prison in El Salvador that we are funding with taxpayer dollars. And yeah, only about a dozen of the people who were sent there, about 12 or so of the hundreds of people who were sent there had violent criminal histories. Very, very curious.
In the region, and very few have any kind of documented links to gangs. Among them was, as far as we know, at least one man who was in the United States legally, had no criminal record, and was literally snatched off the street and flown to El Salvador. And despite this error in particular being acknowledged as a, quote, administrative error.
And Trump has also said that he won't bring him back. He said he could bring him back, and he won't. When they were initially asked about it, like after the Supreme Court ruling, Stephen Miller, Pam Bondi, and Marco Rubio, cowards, pathetic losers. They lied, saying that the Supreme Court ruled in their favor by hammering down on the point, removing the specific wording. What was it? So the ruling, the lower court ruling, declared that the Trump administration had to facilitate and extradite. Is it extradite? Something. There's some other word. Kilmar's return from El Salvador. But the Supreme Court then said, "Hey, well, whatever that word was, and I'm totally blanking on it right now, but I should dig into this." They kept the word facilitate though, so right. So the ruling maintained that the Trump administration needed to facilitate the return of Kilmar. And so when this was brought up, extricate is okay. Extricate is return. Yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you. So they were still required to facilitate the return. When this was brought up, when Bukele was in the Oval Office with them, right? This was brought up to them, and Bukele said, "What do you want me to do? Smuggle a terrorist back into the United States?" Number one, there's no evidence that Kilmar Brego Garcia is a terrorist. No hearing has found that. No, that just hasn't happened. Second of all, no one was he wouldn't have to smuggle him because the Supreme Court ruled by law for the Trump administration to facilitate the return. There's no smuggling. The ruling was that they would accept his return, at least so he can have a hearing, right? Like if there is evidence, because the Trump regime seems very, very confident that Kilmar is a criminal. if they're so sure, then they should bring him back and give him a hearing, give him a trial. It should be simple. They should be able to prove it. Apparently, he has the letters MS-13 on his hand, right? Or as Trump seems to think. Very frustrating. Yeah, it's not about sneaking him in. Yeah. And we taxpayer dollars, right, for these El Salvadorian prisons. And Trump is asking him to build more, right? He wants to send homegrown terrorists next, he says. Yeah, they're the ones in charge, and they're like, whoa, nothing to be done here. Yeah, good question, Mel. What did the Supreme Court ruling on Garcia say? Illegals. They're illegals. Well, illegals, right? Undocumented immigrants still get due process. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, however, was not an illegal. He was living here legally after his 2019 hearing, right? He was an illegal immigrant before the 2019 hearing, right? After that hearing, where he was granted a withholding order that prevented him from being extradited. Now I'm using that word. I think, but prevented him from being deported to El Salvador specifically. And people will hammer down on this and say, "Well, they said he couldn't be sent to El Salvador, but he could still be deported elsewhere." That's technically true, although very uncommon. That's technically true, but even to do so, they would need another fucking hearing. They would still need another hearing. Yeah, it's a marijuana leaf, skull, a cross, and oh wait, the skull's the third one. So it's a, is it? Yeah, something like that. A cross, and then I don't remember what the last one is. Oh, the smiley face. The second one's a smiley face. So it's the marijuana leaf, the smiley face with the X's, the crucifix, and then it's the skull. Yeah. Apparently it's a mystery. Yeah. Anyway.
Error. The US government has not made any efforts to bring this man back. Quite the contrary, actually. They have gone in the opposite direction, just out and out lying about this man. Now, how do we make sense of this?
By the way, have you guys has anybody here seen, I know I mean it's hard to get through any of this, but has anybody seen the White House's official Instagram page? I don't know if they're posting the same content. Oh man, it's so gross. It's so gross. Give me a second here. There's a specific one of Kilmar. Here we go. 3 arrows is crazy? What's he crazy about? Maybe on Twitter he's crazy. I don't know. I only see him on YouTube, his YouTube videos, and they're generally very well done. And this one has only, as far as I can tell, only accurately represented things that I've learned about over the past few months, pretty aptly. So, yeah, if there's specific things he's saying that you have problems with, I'd be curious. The spread of the warmth of shitting your pants. What's up, rude mud crab? Rude cunt crab. Happy to have you here. They say it's marijuana smile, and somehow the cross is 1 and the skull is 3. Yeah, exactly. MS-13, apparently. But he's also really good at the YouTube. Yeah, no doubt. You know, his YouTube self. This is I don't want to put him in the same category, but you know, people. You know, I'm actually not going to go into that. I don't want to get into that drama right now. So, but there's another YouTuber who is absolutely insane, who makes very good YouTube videos, but not a good guy outside of that. Yeah. We got finished the video. Shouts out once again, Philip. Thank you so much. Philip earlier gifted 5 memberships. And hey, everyone, you could also get the same praise that Philip is getting right now for radicalizing the audience. Okay. It's very easy to gift memberships. All you have to do is give me money. Very, very cool, very helpful. Make sure that my dog is fed. Otherwise, he's very small already. He's only about 11 pounds, and he could shrink any day now if we don't get enough memberships. So something to keep in mind.
For anyone that is willing to see what the truth is, it should be clear that all this back and forth over gang members and supposed wartime authorities is a thinly veiled distraction from what's really going on here. It's also why every justification from the administration is so incoherent, and it doesn't even matter. Despite the government earlier admitting that this guy was wrongfully deported and the Supreme Court...
It doesn't let you gift? I wonder why that is. I've heard people say something like this before in other channels, but I don't know what the issue is there. The downward zero is anti-monarchy. Yeah, anti-monarchy, anti-communist, and anti-fascist. Yeah, it's my understanding as well. Yeah, I'll let you know, 10th man. No, but I'm working it out with him behind the scenes. I messaged him about it. I asked him. I basically was like, "Hey, Andrew, I right now would be a really good time for me to have that money." And I mean, $500 that he raised that day is not enough on its own for me to get a tooth implant, especially not without dental insurance. But he basically followed up saying, "Well, how much would it cost?" So I haven't gotten a good answer for that yet because I don't know. But it's not going to be a $500 procedure, right? Like that's just as nice as that would be. But I'm pretty sure he is offering to help raise money for it. So we'll talk more about it. The lefty commentary space is very elitist. If you're considered less than, you have no place critiquing your own. If you're white, male, cis, het, and clouded, then it's fair game. Some phones don't let you from what? Oh, that must be it. Yeah, my YouTube thinks I'm a woman and a company might have something to do with it. Why would Andrew pay you? What's the lore? Well, there was a Raging Tomato. Well, number one, because Andrew is a Radical Coder fan. Okay. There's a short on my channel that will show you years ago where Andrew drastically underestimates me, hilariously, where he, wow, Dark Device with the $50. Holy shit. Thank you so much. That's crazy. You're awesome. Thank you. That's huge. That does help. That helps a ton. You are, wow. Thank you so much, Dark Device. That's fantastic. Seriously. Thank you. That's amazing. Wow. I really appreciate that. That's so cool to see. Thank you so much. Get a gold tooth. We'll see. Yeah, maybe if we keep getting donuts like these, maybe we'll get a gold tooth, huh? Wow. But Andrew was making fun of me for having a missing tooth. I think he didn't notice it. And we were on a panel, and he hadn't noticed it over the years, but he noticed it on this panel, and he decided it would be a power move, I think, to get his audience to raise money for my tooth as a charity thing, basically. And he was very excited to say that, oh, you'll have to live with that Christians paid for your tooth. And I'm fine with that. I'm not mad. I'm not going to turn down people crowdfunding. I mean, like, it would be nice to have a tooth. I've been toothless here for about a decade now, and it would be a nice confidence boost to have a full mouth of teeth. But yeah, basically, Andrew raised almost $500 throughout that stream from his audience with the plan to fund my tooth implant, right? So people were donating to Andrew with the explicit goal of that money coming to me for my tooth. So I think the reason he hasn't actually sent me the money yet is because I told him that, like, right now, if he sent me $500, I would not spend it on the tooth immediately. Like, there are other things that would take precedence right now. So I think that's why the thing. But yeah, seriously, thank you so much, Dark Device. And Sir Jiggly. Yes, much love. saying the space is full of awful people who don't get criticized because of the elitism here. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. I mean, he's a bully. That thing you're stuck with, I'll dig it. Yeah, I mean, again, like it doesn't. It really is not like a. I don't know. I've lived with it for so long. It's not like it's not something I'm super insecure about. It's I don't love it. I wish I had all my teeth, but it's yeah. I don't know. It's kind of cute. Like some of them call me like Radical Cavity and stuff. I like the nicknames. It gives me more lore. So, but yeah, Andrew has been a long-standing op of the Radical Coder name and a appreciator in many ways of what I bring to the table. I'm anti-theistic atheist, but I've helped religious people multiple times before. Why would them being Christian matter? It doesn't. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. I think that to Andrew it matters because like he's using it as part of a broader narrative push, right? To say, well, the atheists aren't paying for your tooth, but that's he might be wrong about that. There very well could be atheists paying for my tooth as well. Very, if I keep this up. So who knows? Yeah, a lot of people don't notice. Yeah, for a long even people who I like would see every day, like people I worked with when I did work in like offices and stuff. Like people, I would go years sometimes without people recognizing that I was missing a tooth, which is kind of funny. I'm an atheist, but I still love the righteous gemstones virtue signal. Sure. Technically a Christian, Ryan tolerates me. I don't have anything against Christians inherently, but I do tolerate Fuzzy. Yeah. All right.
Unanimously ordering to facilitate his release. You have the Trump administration calling him an illegal alien and MS.
There it is. This is actually the Instagram post I was going to pull up. But okay, it's not just on Instagram. But it says Kilmar Abrego Garcia, not a Maryland dad. Not a Maryland dad. He lived in Maryland legally with 3 kids. So yeah, and of course there's racist undertones with it being the Obama thing. Yeah, for sure. He still is, in fact, a Maryland dad, right? Even from a prison in El Salvador. He's still a dad to children in Maryland, right? Once again, thank you so much, Dark Device and Philip and Zirin. Shouts out to everyone who's donated, everyone who's joined with the memberships. So cool. Super great foundation we're laying here. Loving this gathering of people from different communities, and yeah, I super happy to have you all here. This is quite nice. Again, my past streams back in the day were not nearly filled with so much kind words, and so many supportive voices. It used to be a lot more, and I don't mind the combative nature. I really do. I thrive on it a bit, but this is much preferable. My heart is very warmed, I'd love to see 10th Man debunk this with something higher than it's just a meme, bro. Yeah, I mean, what else would he say? Just a meme. It's just a silly White House meme. It's just a joke that the White House posted saying that this guy's not a Maryland dad. Thank you, Flezzy. I enjoy having you here very much. I appreciate that. If you help someone just to shove it in their face, it's not helping. Andrew's still a piece of shit. Well, I agree with the sentiment. And I think Andrew's worldview is awful, and he's destroying my country or contributing to the destruction of my country. But it's that would not change that him help raising money for my tooth would still be a kind thing to do.
13 gang member. It's not about the act of deportation or what it achieves or even is supposed to achieve. It's about the message it sends. The message is that you can be a law-abiding legal resident in the United States and do everything right. And still, if they want to, they can black bag and without any due process, without any chance of appeal, without you ever seeing your family again, send you to Central America and make you spend the rest of your days in a torture dungeon. And they will chuckle about it. This is nothing to them. That doesn't necessarily mean that there is no goal for this project. And for this, I won't ask you to take my word for it. Here is Chief of Staff Stephen Miller laying it out for us. The fundamental...
Stephen Miller, by the way, is a disgusting ghoul. Holy shit. Dark Device with another $49.99, $50 donation. I'm combative. Stop thanking me. You piece of shit. Enjoy things, man. I am enjoying that. That's awesome. That's such a cool thing to see. It is it's very humbling and exciting. You jackass, you jerk. I can't. It's so hard to pretend to be mean. I really appreciate it so much. Seriously, yeah. You are getting Umbreon Treat. Yeah, absolutely. You are funding the Umbreon Treat Fund. Thank you again, Michelle Hunt, as well, with the Canadian $2. It's kind of like Monopoly money, but you know what? I appreciate my Canadian friends more than ever right now, because I understand that the Trump regime is or has kind of they've more recently kind of backed off the whole making you all into the 51st state thing. But God, Dark Device, seriously, thank you so much. That's so cool. I mean, fuck you. I'm sorry. I can't help it. That's really it. It really just feels great. I appreciate it. Egg Brion. Yes, he loves his eggs. He's a big egg fan. He's sleepy right now. But yeah, we'll get him lots of treats, lots of eggs. Yeah, thank you. Seriously. It really means the world. It's so huge. You are giving me both the financial and emotional means to want to keep doing this regularly. So seriously, that's super cool. When Mark Carney said some places aren't for sale, like the White House, and Trump said never say never, I've got my eyes on the White House. Yeah. By the way, Trump is I don't know if Trump has specifically said it, but there are people in the GOP who are actively pushing to make make Donald Trump Day a national holiday, not as part of President's Day, but Donald Trump Day, and they want to do it on November 4th. They want Election Day to be Donald J. Trump Day. Think about that. Donald Trump Day, Election Day. You know, people have been arguing to make Election Day a federal holiday for a long time. Not what we meant. Not what we meant. I will. I absolutely will. I appreciate that. Seriously. Yeah, very scary stuff. Glazing is not. It can be. There's combative glazing that can happen. No, keep don't don't discourage the glazing. No, like that. Yeah. Very, very much. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Stephen Miller's a ghoul. Trump's scary.
Fundamental error in how immigration is being discussed in the courts and media is pretending that what happened to us over the last 4 years is a routine civil enforcement matter. No, we were invaded and occupied. Entire neighborhoods were conquered. Entire towns were subjugated. Our treasury was plundered. Our democracy was torn apart piece by piece. And now
towns subjugated. Treasury plundered. Invaded and occupied. Entire neighborhoods conquered, he says. Where? What is he referring to? What was conquered? Who was subjugated? You remember the story they were hammering down during the election about an apartment building that was allegedly taken over by gang members, right? and it turned out it was just like one apartment that was not like taken over. There were just like a gang. There was a gang like living, or there were gang members living in one apartment there or something, and they were claiming that they had taken over the building. And that was like the closest thing to anything like what he's describing here. And it wasn't even the building. It wasn't even what they said then. And they're saying towns were subjugated. Neighborhoods were conquered. What's he talking about? What the fuck, Stephen Miller?
A national referendum was held on whether to surrender to the invasion or repel it. America voted for liberation. If every foreign trespasser gets to have their own federal trial prior to removal, then there is no liberation. There is no restoration. The invasion will be made complete.
If every foreign trespasser gets to have their own federal trial prior to removal, then there's no liberation, there's no restoration, the invasion will be made complete. If people have due process, if people have their constitutional right to due process, Stephen Miller claims that will prevent, that will allow a completed invasion, giving constitutional due process to people living in the jurisdiction of the United States. I mean, it's nuts, dude. It's absolutely nuts. This guy's in Trump's ear, you know. I think he's got his hand on the wheel. They just say things and say so much that it can't be false, right? Yeah, exactly. They just repeat it over and over and over until the base is sure it's true, and half the base believes it, the other half knows they're lying and is just in on the joke, right? Just throw a bunch of ominous words to use fear, make people jump aboard. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Article 4, Section 4 requires the president to halt any invasion, and no district court can override that mandate. For the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. The invading armies and foreign trespassers will...
Constitution is the supreme law of the land, Stephen Miller, and the Constitution requires due process for people within the jurisdiction of the United States.
...be expelled. The cartels will be smashed. Liberation will be achieved. The rhetoric you would hear from what used to be called alt-right YouTubers 10 years ago is now the official position of the US government. It's an ethno-nationalist project in which the only requirement for deporting a US resident and eventually citizen is that they are not white. The other side to this deportation project very specifically targets pro-Palestinian activists. And again, this happens nearly every other day now, but the most known names currently are Mahmoud Khalil and Rumeisa Öztürk, both legal residents, both completely innocent of any crime. Both disappeared off the street by plain-clothed ICE officers and now awaiting deportation. And this is just a hunch I have, but I have a hard time believing that it is a coincidence that the Trump administration picked pro-Palestinian activists who, again, haven't even been accused of a crime. This is an attempt to push the boundaries, push the Overton window as far as possible on an issue that Democrats, mainstream media, and pressure groups are weak on. The crackdown on pro-Palestinian activists is merely a tool to soften the blow of what comes next, the same way that the persecution of trans people is a tool to pave the way for broader discrimination against LGBT Americans. The issue of pro-Palestinian activism is one over which they can expect the least amount of resistance from liberals. And even for those deported to El Salvador, reading about the democratic response to these deportations, it becomes crystal clear that a number of them haven't understood the gravity of the situation. In mid-April...
Yeah, so there's a lot there. Man. Absolutely right that going after pro-Palestinian activists, which Democrats are kind of weak on the topic at least, it makes it less likely that they're going to go, 10 toes down and say, hey, cut that shit out, right? Standing up for those people. It's kind of a soft target, which is really the trend, right? They do this in at almost everywhere they're attacking. Every almost every move they make is very calculated in this way, where they're targeting very strategically.
Numerous Democratic lawmakers spoke to Axios about this on the condition of anonymity. And let me just quote a specific section here. The second House Democrat who spoke anonymously, a centrist, called the deportation issue soup du jour, arguing Trump is setting a trap for the Democrats, and like usual, we're falling for it. Rather than talking about the tariff policy and the economy, the thing where his numbers are tanking, we're going to take the bait for one hairdresser. Hairdresser most likely referring to Andre Jose Hernandez, the makeup artist with no criminal record and no record of ever having been a gang member who was deported to El Salvador. Recently, a Time magazine photographer
I do want to say one thing about this one, because the way that it was is it kind of a silly note to hammer, but I think it's okay, sorry. Whenever I first started hearing about this guy, I was a little confused because people were like, he's not a gang member, he's a gay hairstylist, which is true. Okay, to be clear, that seems to be the case. I'm not saying he is a gang member, but like, you could be a gay hairstylist and be in a gang, right? Just feasibly this could happen. So it was weird that was the argument was he's not a gang member, he's a gay hairstylist. Like, in theory, you could be both. I don't think this guy was both. Okay, just to be 100% clear, I'm just saying that's but anyway, yeah, like it's not impossible. It's just there's no reason to believe he was, because there's no evidence and there was no trial. And yeah, anyway, that's the more important thing.
Visited the maximum security prison and happened to take a picture of Hernandez. According to the photographer, while this picture was taken, Hernandez said, "I'm not a gang member, I'm gay, I'm a stylist," crying for his mother as he was slapped and had his head shaved. Now, I don't want to give you the perception that the attitude by the anonymous Democratic lawmaker reflects the entire party, because it doesn't, but the rift on this issue again shows the paralysis of the opposition. What if the Trump administration were to deport an American citizen for shouting "from the river to the sea" and accuse him or her of being a Hamas terrorist? Would you trust the Democratic Party to go to bat for someone like that? I personally have my doubts. Further down in the piece, the article states that Democrats would only draw a line in the sand and shut down the House of Representatives if the Trump administration were to deport a U.S. citizen. Now, to draw that line on who seemingly deserves due process and who does not is not only gross, but again, displays a fundamental misread of the moment and how to actually fight back against the Trump administration. The reason why the Trump administration is not backing down over people obviously wrongfully deported, why they ignore court orders and double down every chance they get, is because Republicans understand something a number of Democrats seemingly don't. There is something called the political initiative. It's also the point of Steve Bannon's flood the zone approach I read to you earlier. If the Trump administration were to give in on anyone being wrongfully deported, it would put them on the back foot while they desperately want to remain on the offensive. That is the Republican strategy, while the Democrats seemingly don't have one at all right now.
I wanted to pause there also because it's not just Republican lawmakers or the Trump administration who do this, the strategy of never being on the back foot, of always being on offense. If you watch the way conservative like commentators and debaters especially navigate these spaces, this is exactly how they function, right? They're always on offense. They're constantly filibustering and doing the internal critiques, as they call them. Very, very, very rarely are they don't want to be on the back foot. They don't want to be explaining their deeply unpopular, deeply authoritarian positions. And so this is why when I'm talking to people like Andrew, I like to point out explicitly the things that they want to do that people find disgusting. Like instead of arguing about how force doctrine and how all the men, if all the men got together, they could take away women's right to vote. So what's a woman's right to vote, or like all this, whatever these weird like philosophical quandaries they set up. Just straight up tell them, like, hey, you want to take away the right of women to vote, Andrew. You don't think women should be allowed to vote. We don't agree with you, right? Right? Like, there are plenty of men who don't think that's a good idea. Most men don't think that's a good idea. Most men don't support you. So you don't have the male gender as an army against women having the right to vote. You in fact have the opposite, right? You would be resisted by the majority of us, and you will be, like, as you try to push these things, as you try to re-establish old laws about oh god, what are they called, the laws about like gendered clothing. And Andrew and Rachel have also advocated for reestablishing those laws. I don't remember what they're specifically called, but it's basically laws that would criminalize trans existence and tomboy existence and, you know, femboy existence. Like, it's all nuts. Some journalist is going to find a way to pose as an MS-13 gang member from another country, get undercover footage from the super jail in Venezuela. I would like to see that. I mean, the current party on the right is ass. It is quite ass. Yes, ass is a good word for it. 3/5 compromise. Liberals are too short-sighted to do anything but hold the door open for neo-fascists. They are often just captured by populist rhetoric as Trump fans accept on certain issues. I feel like I take issue with some of this, but I have to think about it more, exactly what sits wrongly about this with me. I do think the first part I tend to agree with. But I feel like they're generally like kind of resistant to the almost toxically resistant to the populist rhetoric, which is, I think, why like what's confusing me there. But I hear you. I'm a liberal, and no, I'm not. I generally consider myself like a little bit left of liberal, but fundamentally, I am more liberal than I am illiberal, right? As a leftist, I am not fundamentally illiberal. You know what I mean? Like, I believe in liberal democracy as a foundation. Like, I believe in the rights of, yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. And quote unquote classical liberals, you know, like actual ones, not the Rafe Dubins of the world, but like people who actually care about the Constitution, right? Like these are all people who need to be standing side by side and resisting. Yeah, fight later, exactly. They resist the rhetoric because they know it has to be wrong, but they often can't say why. So when they confront a right winger, they care more about finding common ground. Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, there is a lot of like, oh, I want to try to convince, because and it's like they yield a lot of good faith to people who are yielding no good faith to them. You know, like they're like, oh, I'm gonna try to convince the fascists to join my side, instead of like just describing their fascism like to their faces, which has kind of been my strategy as long as I've been arguing with these people, is really just like trying to cut through the bullshit and just being like, no, like, you want to do this disgusting thing that people don't want, right? You are arguing for this thing and people don't like it, and I don't like it, and I don't want to play semantic games about it. I'm just going to call it out for what it is. It's a power thing for those men if women can't work or vote in their own property. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's about control. They have to rely on men for everything, giving them all the power, and then they don't really need good character. Yeah, that's exactly why they appeal. So much of this gender war bullshit is appealing to like the incel demographic, right? Guys who are really upset that just having a salary isn't enough for them to get a woman, right? And if look at the political divide, like women are becoming more liberal and young women are becoming more liberal, and young men are becoming more conservative, and it's being really hammered down, like emphasized and exacerbated by all these same people, right? Who are telling them, like, we can fix it for you. We just gotta get women out of the workforce. That's the thing. That'll solve it. Yeah, red pill shit. It is red pill shit, unfortunately. Or it's called. I've actually a point I used to make a lot, and I'll make it again right now. Is we shouldn't even let them have the phrasing of red pill, because like it comes from the Matrix, right? Like the whole point of the red pill conceptually is that it's like the truth, that they're receiving the truth, right? That they're understanding the truth, the reality. But these people don't do that. They're not engaging with the reality. They're lying. They're lying to people, especially young men. Like a menu off Burger King, yeah. Have it your way. Okay, sorry. Let's go back.
Another reason why this distinction is so misguided is that the federal government doesn't even release data on how many citizens are wrongfully detained and removed from the country. An investigation by the Washington Post has determined that right now, as far as we know, over a dozen US citizens have already been deported. This article is from May 3rd, and let me just read to you a short section from it. Last week, 3 children who are US citizens, aged 2, 4, and 7, were removed to Honduras along with their undocumented mothers, according to attorneys and court records. One child, a 4-year-old boy with stage 4 cancer, was sent without medication or access to his doctors. Both families were detained at routine immigration check-ins in New Orleans, denied communication with attorneys or family members, and placed on a flight to Honduras the following morning, the Post reported. Now, this might change, but during the time of researching this video, writing the script, recording the audio, and putting everything together, I haven't seen much talk about the Democrats shutting down the House of Representatives over the deportations. I'll come around to why this is so frustrating to me later, but what I am hearing, or reading, is talk about Democrats shutting down the House over Doge. And we'll see if that turns into anything, but it also brings me to the second front that the Republicans have opened in their attack on American democracy, and that is the literal destruction of the American government. Because it's not just the executive that is moving at a rapid pace. Elon Musk's Doge is moving at a similar speed, dismantling everything they can on the way. I don't want to get too deep into the history of this department named after a 12-year-old meme, but even before Trump took office, it was clear that Elon Musk's plan to reduce supposed government waste either wasn't the actual goal, or that he and his cohorts lacked even the most basic understanding of government spending. As early as October 2024, Musk publicly declared that it should be possible for him to cut, quote, at least $2 trillion, later reducing that estimate to $1 trillion of the US federal budget, and then again to $150 billion. Merely looking at the numbers without giving it a 5-second pause to think, it seems like something that should be doable. US federal budget in 2023 was $6.4 trillion. Surely reducing that by 1 can't be that hard if you're committed to ruthless cuts. Here is where the reality check comes in, though. Those $6.4 trillion are basically split up into 3 categories. Mandatory spending, which you cannot cut because this part of the budget has been allocated by Congress for things like social programs, and to make any changes to this part of the budget requires a majority in Congress to change the laws that this money is allocated for in the future. So there's no real room for cuts here. The second category of the US federal budget is interest payments, which you also cannot cut, which leaves us with the third category of optional spending. Here you have defense, administrative costs, transportation, etc. Now, if you were to cut this entirely overnight, meaning $0 for defense and anything non-defense, you would still be $300K short of Musk's initial goal of $2 trillion. Looking at what makes up the US discretionary budget, it's clear to anyone with the most basic understanding of government spending that cutting $1 trillion is a pipe dream, especially if you don't want to touch defense. Not to mention that the stated aim was to cut waste and fraud, not just cut funds. But that opens up the question of what the actual goal of Doge is, given that the official...
True. And before we get to the actual goal of Doge, first, I want to real quick shill just a little bit. I want to once again condemn Dark Device for his cruel donations, absolutely destroying my momentum with these just heartless offensive, disgusting sentiments that he sent in earlier, or the memberships that Philip granted, super offensive stuff. The Canadian toonie from Michelle. Really disturbing things, you know. Girls hurt me. Oh no, it's not like there are literal billions of women who will steer me away from a stupid ideology. True. Yeah. Some decrement at the yeah, and there's been several children, like cancer patients who are U.S. citizens, who have been deported, like at least 3, including the one that he mentioned earlier. I'm masculine and liberal. What? These ideas are unfortunately very apart in current media because everybody lives in online existence. Yeah, no doubt. Speaking of masculine and liberal, discernment. Yes, okay, that that makes sense. I was wondering what the word you were looking for is. Yeah. Speaking of masculine and liberal, besides myself, of course, I am going to be teaming up with Soy Pill. The Soy Pill and I will be debating Andrew, or not Andrew, but Andrew's wife, also known as Rachel Wilson, and someone named Marte, who donated like $30 plus on the last Raging Tomato panel to shut me down, which is something he won't be able to do when he's debating me. So kind of a mistake there. But we're going to be, Soy Pill and I will be debating them about the death penalty and whether or not it is a deterrent for crime. Spoiler alert, it's not. And Marte and Rachel will be advocating, surely, I expect, to expand the death penalty. So imagine in a moment of American history where due process is being rapidly eroded, right? They want the state to have more power to execute people. A state with a history of wrongful executions, of people being on death row, being exonerated. They want more power, they want the state to kill more people. I don't think so. I've seen a lot of 40 plus men saying the same thing, and most are single and upset about it. Sure. Instead of getting a better attitude, they'd rather force women to need them. Exactly. Yeah. Red pill makes men angry at the wrong things. They're not mad at feminism. They're mad at capitalism and its commodified repackaging of hyper-masculine identities. Yeah, for sure. I agree. You're good. Boys are being weird. Ew, soy. Do we not like Soy Pill? I like Soy Pill. I don't know. Seems cool. From what I've seen, his videos are funny. I shouted them out in a recent YouTube short where I shout out some creators that I'm fans of, or I've been enjoying lately.
Official one is on its face fantastic.
Or maybe you're just saying soy in general. Wow. Soy makes my tummy hurt, to be completely honest, but it's a good source of protein.
The goal of Doge is the demoralization of the federal workforce, dismantling the administrative state, and ultimately the destruction of government. There's a great piece on this in Wired magazine that makes the apt comparison that trying to imagine the long-term effects of what Doge and the Trump administration have even done thus far makes your brain feel like you are trying to imagine how deep the ocean is. It's almost beyond human comprehension. I can't run down the whole list, but just to give you an inkling, here are some examples of the cuts and their effects. The firing of thousands of federal workers at the IRS is predicted to lead to a 10% drop in tax revenue in the first quarter of 2025 alone. That's $500 billion, roughly 2/3 of the defense budget, less for schools, infrastructure, etc. They cut roughly a quarter of the health and human services workforce. This will affect disease control and occupational safety and health. This goes hand in hand with a 44% budget cut for the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. This will make the US less able to...
I mean, this is all nightmarish. any one of these points, we could talk for hours about how terrible each one is, but it just reminds me of another thing, which is that we've had the first measles deaths in 10 years, and it originated, right? The measles was being spread in an under vaccinated area, a rural area in Texas that is ruby red, right? They're a Trump loyal district, and their children who were the ones who, like, the children who died from measles, they didn't fucking vote for Trump. Okay, so keep that in mind when you hear the people who are all like fuck around and find out to red states and red areas. Like, first of all, they're like, red states are not just red states. There are millions of people in those red states who are like people of color and people who, like, districts that went for Kamala Harris, and people were suffering, and just Democratic cities in general, who are going to suffer under these things, as well as the rural red areas. And they're, once again, their children did not vote for Donald Trump, right? Their children are going to suffer, not just them. Nitrogen fixation of soy crops is a better way of enriching the soil than using artificial fertilizers to maximize crop cycles. The more you know. Yeah, more soy. We love soy here. Support soy. It's just a bunch of unhappy young men who haven't figured out the literal hundreds of years where medicine, color, and just existing together in general don't make them happy.
To respond to the next pandemic, among other things, nearly 1 billion was cut from education research. This effectively ends any kind of data collection on what affects kids' performance in schools, including removing digital tools from classrooms that have already been issued. Trump has also issued an executive order instructing the education.
I didn't know about that. Removing what do you say?
Classrooms that have already been affects kids' performance in schools, including removing digital tools from classrooms that
were already there. So digital tools, like presumably computers, tablets, digital tools that the students have access to, being removed. How fucked is that? How literally taking technology away from children. Yeah, back to slide rules for the engineering students. Exactly. Yeah, you'll use the abacus and you'll like it. Plant soy in my garden for that reason. Well, there you go. I like edamame also. Yeah, it's weird. It's cruel. It's crazy. It's evil. Frankly, it's fucking evil. Yeah, I mean,
that have already been issued. Trump has also issued an executive order instructing the education secretary to take all necessary steps to facilitate the closure of the Department of Education and return authority over education to the states and local.
I'm sorry, just the education department stuff, it triggers me too, because, like, one of the things that people don't bring up enough is, like, the Department of Education is part of the enforcement arm that made sure that like, integration was possible, right? That's why the federal government was used to make sure that the states were not allowing people to harass and assault Black children going to schools. That's the Department of Education. That's what they want to get rid of.
In local communities. In effect, this means the destruction of public schools in low-income areas, as the federal government sends money to public schools that have many low-income students and students with disabilities. The fallout of the destruction of USAID could fill an encyclopedia, but I'll give you a couple of examples. In Sudan, USAID contributed 44% of the humanitarian assistance before being shut down. This means that all across the country, food kitchens had to close down, leaving millions at the risk of starvation and preventable illness. In South Africa, the now missing funds are estimated to lead to the death of up to 500,000 people over the next decade. In the United States, the medical trials funded by USAID had to be stopped, leaving thousands without medication and with medical devices in their bodies that are now no longer monitored or cared for. And I'm no fan of a lot of stuff USAID does, but this is something that has to be opposed on principle. DOGE also stopped all work at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which has been established after the 2008 financial crisis, and whose job it is to take the big financial institutions who cheat consumers to court. In doing so, it has returned roughly $21 billion to consumers since its inception. With this, Musk destroyed the law enforcement agency that would monitor financial transactions on X. On housing, rental assistance is cut by 20%.
Yeah, the CFPB, which I like Kyle Kalinske the way he describes it as the scam police, the anti-scam police. Another wildly popular, proven helpful institution that protects consumers. Yeah, this is a very apt way to put it. Pulling the rug out from under everyone. Absolutely. Fervent anti-soy activist.
$26 billion. Heating assistance for low-income households cut by $4 billion. Affordable housing resources cut by $1.2 billion, and the list goes on. This will devastate public housing in the United States, including housing for people with disabilities, the elderly, and together with the cuts, the administration budget would halt any rental assistance to able-bodied adults for 2 years. I realize that in my list here, I'm mixing DOGE cuts that have already happened and proposed budget cuts.
Yeah, this is another one. Dark Device, thank you. Another point that I've been bringing up. Like, I think it's 7 or maybe it's up to a dozen now, but at least 7 of the inspectors general who they fired were literally investigating Elon's companies for fraud and abuse. Like it's mind-blowing how corrupt, like blatantly corrupt this shit is. Yeah, I know it might be 12 that are fired. I don't know if all 12 were actually investigating Elon, but I know there's at least 7 that were investigating his companies. It might be up. You might be right. It might be 12 now. Yeah, that's supposed to be apolitical. But you know, if you go after Elon for breaking the law, that's a political statement, right, guys? Good grief. Good grief indeed.
But this is all part of the same project. Under the new spending bill, the EPA's budget would be cut by over 50%. Recently, the EPA announced the rollback of over 30 regulations limiting air pollution from cars and power plants, restrictions on the emissions of mercury, and clean water protections for rivers and streams. The EPA estimated that these regulations being in place would save roughly 200,000 Americans dying of heart, respiratory, and otherwise preventable illnesses over the next 25 years. And these are just deaths, not to mention the amount of non-lethal health problems that will undoubtedly arise from this. The same analysis predicts roughly 100 million asthma attacks more by 2050 in the US alone, and 20,000 emergency room visits for cardiovascular problems. At the same time, the administration is quietly moving to get rid of the bans on forever chemicals and invited companies.
There's another thing I want to talk about in terms of the attacks on the EPA. Give me a second here. Yeah. So one of the programs that was cut by the Trump administration, as an alleged like DEI policy, was addressing a majority black city, Jackson, Mississippi, that had longstanding issues with water and sewage infrastructure. And for one, Mississippi's Republican state government has often been accused of deliberately underfunding or obstructing resources to the city. But there has been they've dealt with like raw sewage being backed up into homes, and had frequent boil water notices for years. Biden's infrastructure bill allocated money to deal with this, and the state tried to restrict that money. And Trump has more recently cut this, or he's also stopped the funding, claiming that it's part of DEI initiatives. So, yeah.
Companies to email the government to get exemptions to pollute as much as they want. Luckily, there are parts of the government that aren't as easy to dismantle, like Medicare, for instance, a program that keeps 2/3 of all elderly Americans out of poverty. But you don't have to dismantle it to make it not functioning if you fire a significant amount of the people working there. This far, the Trump administration has tried to push out roughly 100,000 federal workers. And with those workers leaving, the institutions they work for will lose an enormous amount of knowledge that is needed to keep the basic government services running. I cannot understate how what I listed here is just the tip of the iceberg. The fallout of this onslaught on the administrative state will echo through generations. This is the two-pronged attack on American democracy we are witnessing right now. What's so paradoxical about this attack is that on the one side, we see a strong state when it comes to the crackdown on civil liberties and disappearing people off the street. On the other side, we see the utter destruction of everything else the state can do. In the past, I was always hesitant on my channel to use the term fascist, partially because I feel like we have an instinctive rejection for that term. The bar for it is set so high that even the fascist regimes of yesterday might not even clear it until they reach their final form in the World War. And on some level, I believe this comes from what the consequence would be from accepting that label. If the United States has a fascist government, what does that mean for me? It's something very uncomfortable to have that historic responsibility thrust upon you. Living in a democracy doesn't...
It is very uncomfortable. It's very scary. And, it's like, what is that responsibility? What does that mean? What are the implications? For one, from my perspective, and with my project that I am trying to do here, I just want to describe it. I want to call it out and explain what's happening to as many people as possible, right? And help people try to deal with it in the best they can. Like give people the tools, the language to really understand what's happening, and to point it out. And I've been very happy and encouraged by the movements I've seen with like the hands-off protests, and even hearing from a lot of otherwise conservative voices who are expressing concern about these things. But there's a lot of people who are still just head in the sand, pretending nothing's happening. And it's scary. It's scary. So make sure you talk to people about what's going on. We got to fight it on all fronts at this point. Basically priming their base to see their coworkers who are visible minorities, women, and handicapped as being undeserving of the same treatment they get. Yeah, absolutely. You can't call them fascists anymore because they're completely ignorant of the law, and even when presented with the truth, they don't care. Yeah, a lot of them are. Yeah, a lot of them don't care. There are some people who do change their mind or like do change their understanding, but they still like there's a lot of cognitive dissonance about it. They'll still they might accept like a few points, but they'll kind of go back to the view of like Trump as a good conservative like businessman or whatever, you know, like, oh, he's just a business guy. He's conservatives are good with the economy, right? right guys. Yeah, totally. A lot of it is, yeah. It's so wild that it's like the I mean, he pointed this earlier, like the alt-right voices from yesteryear are now they're in the White House. They're the Stephen Millers, and like these are the Groyper. They're like fucking Groypers. Like the people who I was scrapping with in 2021. Like it's so wild. It is it's crazy. Yeah, they have faith in Trump. Well, you know, God saved him. God killed that firefighter so that Trump could be president again. All right, it's almost over.
Require any responsibility, basically. That might be why it's far less controversial to say that the United States 100 years ago, France, the Federal Republic of Germany, and South Korea all are democracies, even though their political systems are so vastly different that a single descriptor doesn't really do them justice. So you wouldn't expect American fascism to look like German fascism, given the massively different circumstances between both countries and time periods. And a great example of this is the concept of the worker. German fascism was unable to conquer the laboring classes. They were something that had to be destroyed or subjugated given their socialist convictions. In the United States currently, the lines are drawn at different spots, and this is something historian Enzo Traverso wrote on in his text, Post-Fascism, Fascism as a Transhistorical Concept. The radical right claims the classic populist paradigm of the good people opposed to the corrupted elites, but has significantly reformulated it. In the past, the good people meant an ethnically homogeneous rural community opposed to the dangerous classes of the big cities. After the end of communism, a defeated working class struck by deindustrialization has been reintegrated in this virtuous national community. The bad people of post-fascist imagination, immigrants, Muslims, and blacks of the suburbs, veiled women, junkies, and marginal men, are merged with the leisure classes that adopt liberated customs, feminists, LGBTQ, anti-racist, ecologists, and defenders of immigrant rights. On the opposite spectrum, the good people are nationalist, anti-feminist, homophobic, xenophobic, and nourish a clear hostility towards ecology, modern arts, and intellectualism.
I want to pause on this because I started the other day I started assembling a little like JavaScript tutorial that was supposed to be like kind of my goal was to teach the basics of JavaScript while also explaining how authoritarian governments function. And this is something I'm going to come back to. So this will be a video eventually. JavaScript is beautiful, Dark Device. Take that back. Hey, we don't shit on JavaScript. I love JavaScript. One of my favorite languages. I know people have issues with it. But no, I actually had a lot of fun making this. But this trend I've started like seeing more and more now that I've started thinking about it in these terms. And I even recognized it when listening to yeah, speak American, don't speak JavaScript. I even saw the pattern emerge earlier. I tuned into NotSoErudite on the Whatever podcast, arguing with Jay Dyer, and he said something. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was basically it was the equivalent of saying what he wants the government to do is reward what's the word? Oh my god. Acclamation. reward acclamation and punish dissent, right? And this is the pattern. Like people who are loyal to the regime will be rewarded. People who dissent from the regime will be punished. And this pattern this plays out everywhere. And right here, it's, the bad people of post-fascist imagination, immigrants, Muslims, blacks of the suburbs, veiled women, junkies, marginal men, merged with the leisure class that adopt liberated customs, feminists, LGBTQ, anti-racist, ecologists, defenders of immigrant rights. They're dissenters. They dissent. Critical race theorists, the feminists, the gays, the transes. Yeah, fit in the mold. Or else. Don't make JavaScript mad, it'll stop cooperating. It is finicky. On the opposite spectrum, the good people are nationalists, anti-feminist, homophobic, xenophobic, and nourish a clear hostility towards ecology, modern arts, and intellectualism. That's MAGA. That's MAGA, right? Hates feminism, hates gay, hates drag queens. They think gay marriage is an attack. It's the Christian nationalists. Like gay marriage is an attack on their marriage, right? Climate change is it's not even. I was in Rob Noah's chat the other day, and I was arguing with someone because Rob was saying something about how Bernie Sanders is a hypocrite because he uses private jets, and he's saying, oh yeah, well these Democrats, they when they use private jets because they think their stuff's so important. They have to go to multiple places in one day, so it only makes sense to use private jets. But like I've never heard Bernie argue to like ban private jets. I've never heard Bernie say that like it's unreasonable for a CEO who has to appear in several states on one day, who has to travel across the country in rapids, like that they should be forced to fly like on a regular plane or whatever, using public air travel, right? These aren't the positions that Bernie holds, as far as I know. But like they're demonized as if they're saying rules for thee but not, or rules for thee but not for me, right? But they're not doing that. It's just lies. And so like someone in his chat was arguing with me about this, and they were saying that well what's the logical conclusion of recognizing that carbon emissions are bad? And I was like, well, reducing them through investing in clean energy. But they're like, he's like, no, it's banning pickup trucks. It's like we have to ban all pollution. We have to stop all pollution. That's a natural, logical conclusion. And it's like, no, it's not. Nobody's arguing for this. Nobody's saying anything about pickup trucks. Nobody's talking about banning private jets. This is just not happening. But yeah, climate change, absolutely proper message. People are stupid, can't be bothered to learn things. I resist I don't think people are stupid. Can't be bothered to learn things, yes. But not stupid.
And nourish a clear hostility towards ecology,
right?
Modern arts, and intellectualism. As Holocaust survivor Primo Levi put it a little bit more succinctly in 1974, every era has its own fascism. But no matter the era, fascism is anti-democracy. And what is obvious to anyone willing to see is that what we are currently seeing in the United States is an attempt to destroy American democracy and the idea of a government that can do anything besides locking you up, kill people overseas, and help corporations and billionaires make as much money as possible. And even though the situations are so vastly different, we can look to other moments in history where there was also an attempt to destroy democracy from the right and draw our conclusions. Here's where we come full circle to the question of America's Weimar moment and whether it's here now. To me, that answer is yes, although not in a way you might think. Looking at Weimar Germany, there were dozens of moments where it could have gone another way. Even in January 1933, the rise of the Third Reich was by no means set in stone. There were so many chances to strengthen and save German democracy that were, for some reason or another, not taken up. German democracy died slowly of 1,000 little cuts rather than some big killing blow. This is also why the passivity I talked about earlier is so frustrating to watch. Each small compromise makes the next slightly larger one seem more acceptable, gradually shifting the boundaries of what is considered tolerable. Reading about the Weimar era for my podcast and going through all those situations where individuals and broader society failed to avert what was about to come, it is really striking that there seems to be one constant that almost all historians point to. A chance that was missed again and again and again, especially in the later years of the Republic. And if you take anything from this video, please let it be this. Anti-democratic movements have to be met every inch of the way. You have to fight them on everything. There is no half measure in trying to preserve a democracy. Either it is preserved or it isn't. So
yes, this is why it's so hard. This is why they have to put so many this is why they have to flood the zone, right? Because they have to be fighting on every single front, and they have to be fought on every single front, right? Like, and it's hard, and it's going to take a lot of effort. But there are people out there, doing good work, who I want to collaborate with, if possible. And we'll obviously we'll talk more about that in the future, but there is much to be done, and also uneducated. Used to be a Trumper, but then I realized it was BS. Well, good for you. They all it's so funny. It happened. I mean, it happens regularly. Like when people will ask me like how I became a leftist or a liberal or whatever. And I'm like, I don't know. I got a computer science degree. and they're all like, oh yeah, college education. But like, I didn't take any classes on fucking Marx. I wasn't taking like it was all STEM. Like I really only took STEM classes. It wasn't, yeah, I didn't have the kind of Marxist indoctrination that they're so afraid of. Like I learned about math and science and logic. And those are the tools that I find like helped me get to my positions now. Yeah, not college. No. Big thing is trying to be loud and political. Yes. Super important right now. Super important. No, I've been to protests. Not as many as I like to. I haven't been to any hands-off protests yet, but I plan to. I went to protesting. I went to anti-Trump protests in college too. I graduated at the end of 2016.
So seeing Democratic leadership not even be willing to shut down the government when the Trump administration is, again, literally destroying the state apparatus, when they arrest judges and deport legal residents as well as United States citizens, when an unelected billionaire is performing a bust-out on the state, something that was obvious from a mile away, as you can see in the leaked memo I read to you in the beginning. You might even have seen this coming decades ago, because this isn't a sudden insurgence. This isn't one party brainwashed and captured by radicals. The idea that government is the problem.
That's you guys. That's my members, the radicals.
The idea.
And by the way, I have, this is almost over, and I have a list of stickers that I'm going to try to turn into emotes. Now that we have some members, I'm going to try to set some emojis, but I don't code. Not yet. You don't, but you happen to be in the chat of one of the best programming instructors on the planet. Okay. And I don't mean, I will toot my own horn on this, because I'm a damn good coding teacher. I don't just do politics. I'm also an educator of computer science. Is that a threat? Yeah, it's a goddamn threat. Yeah. You did. Okay. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I'll add that to the list. You will get that will absolutely be one of the options. I need to add that. Yeah, no doubt. But anyway.
Idea that religious values should trump civil liberties, unleashing the free market economy within the state. None of this is new in any way. Rather, it's the final form of the Republican project going back decades. Going one step further, when you see that this movement that currently holds all three branches of government cheer, applaud, and chant USA to footage of largely innocent people being put in chains and having their heads shaved, on an emotional level, you feel that this rot cannot be undone by 1, 2, or 3 elections. Even in the best case scenario that Trump is ousted in a couple of years, something akin to a new Reconstruction era is probably the only way for the United States to remain a democracy. Today, if you'll indulge me, I'll leave you with a poem I keep thinking back to recently. A poem I was surprised to find out has never been translated into English. It's called Rathenau by Kurt Tucholsky and is named after the German foreign minister Walter Rathenau, who was assassinated in 1922. In his poem, Tucholsky is addressing the Republic, meaning politicians, but also society at large. It's very obvious that the author was very frustrated about the passivity he saw on display in the face of a rising far right.
What was the point in head shaving other than to humiliate? I don't know if there's another point. I don't know. I don't know if there is. Yeah, they did also shave Jewish people's heads. Absolutely. Yeah. Mechanical stuff. Oh yeah, don't damn. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so yeah, to make the slave labor easier or like less likely to be fatal, rather. Yeah, it is. Really, really gross stuff. Really disturbing. Scary.
Right. Constantly yielding space to their enemies, letting them seize the initiative. And I apologize in advance for the lack of poetic rhythm in my translation, but this is the best I could come up with. Strike, strike, hit them hard. They all flinch, for there is no man. They are only snipers in hiding. Hold them fast. Your house will burn if you let it smolder now. Tear apart the noose of paragraphs. Don't fall into it. You must succeed. 4 years of slaughter, that is, God knows, enough. You stand before your final breath. Show what you are. Judge yourself. Die or fight. There is no third choice.
Goddamn. That's hard-hitting stuff. Strike, strike, hit them hard. They all flinch, for there is no man. They are only snipers in hiding. Hold them fast. Your house will burn if you let it smolder now. Tear apart the noose of paragraphs. I love that. I love that phrase. Tear apart the noose of paragraphs. Don't fall into it. You must succeed. 4 years of slaughter. That is, God knows, enough. You stand before your final breath. Show what you are. Judge yourself. Die or fight. There is no third choice.
Not really sure what to put here for the outro.
That's okay. We appreciate you 3 hours. Everyone, make sure you give. I mean, please. I know that it's like a drop in the bucket to do this, but I want to make sure that anyone who's not, subscribed to 3 hours, give them some love. Here's that video. Give it a like. I know we stole his content for today's stream, so I want to make sure that he gets a little bit, the tiny drop in the bucket from me. I appreciate it. Yeah, and they can't get out of the prison. Yeah, exactly. Basically a life sentence. Yep. Yeah, I think there's something, I don't remember who says it. I think it's authorities in El Salvador who say that like the only way out of CCOT is a body bag kind of thing. Yeah. Anyway, shouts out Three Arrows. Appreciate that. Great video. Great comeback video after 2 years of no content. I've always appreciated his content. Whew. Heavy stuff though. Real heavy stuff. Oh man. Yeah. Bruh is right. Glad you liked and subscribe. Yeah, also like and subscribe here, those who haven't yet. If you haven't liked and subscribed, you're missing out. Like the stream, subscribe, get a membership if you can, if you don't have one. Because if you have a membership, then you will get to participate in the next segment. Well, if you're in the chat, you'll get to participate a little bit, but the next thing we're doing is going to be adding some emotes. So let me see what this interface looks like before I share it. So I'm going to potentially add some emotes right now, and we'll have to test them out. Very heavy and scary when we don't know where the line will be, especially with the line already seeming extreme as it is. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it seems to keep being stretched, and the defense doesn't seem to stop. You know, there are thankfully a lot, like more people who are resisting it. You know, who were originally defending it wholeheartedly. But do you have a particular angry Jigglypuff that you're envisioning? Because I was actually a few minutes ago I was trying to generate one on so I made a lot of the icons that I'm gonna use were like Instagram AI icons from like a year ago, but they've like drastically improved their AI generation in a way that makes it like less emote friendly. So I couldn't get a good angry Jigglypuff, but I'll see what I can do. We love Jigglypuff. Actually, fun fact: the deck that I've been running in Pokemon TCG Pocket has Jigglypuff. It's a Beedrill deck, Beedrill and Beedrill EX with dual Jigglies and the healing Wigglytuff. Okay, so when it's like puffed up. Got it. I got you. Give me just a second here. Oh yeah, this is gonna be great. I might have to change the sizing a little bit, but that should be doable. I love it. I mean, TCG Pocket at least. I mean, I have a bunch of physical cards from back in the day. I don't really buy physical cards anymore, but TCG Pocket I'm obsessed. It is a great game. I'm really pleased with that game. I have a lot of fun. Jigglypuffed. This you could watch. Oh, did you post a link? I don't think it doesn't show up, but actually I'll give you a mod. I trust Michelle. And you can share a link, but I don't know if I'm gonna put another video on right now, but here we go. Standard moderator. You've been promoted. And give me a second here. Let's see. I can't click on it. Hang on. I'll pull it up in a second. But here we go. Dark device. I got the Jigglypuff, the angry Jigglypuff, transparent. It will be an emote soon. That's cute. Dodge a wrench. Yeah, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. All mods have to pee sometimes. True. That's a good point. Okay, yeah, we can do this. Let me see again. Let me see. No, it's fine, really. Like, don't worry. I have other mods, but I just I trust your judgment. You know, I believe you will discern if you're present. Then I imagine that you can handle it. But let's see. Okay, community or customization. I don't know. Memberships. Look at these. Look at my members. So cool. Don't know how to do this. Overview. Yeah, you're welcome. Absolutely. Yeah. I'll set that up as well. So we have like I need to set up like an outro for streams that'll like roll through all the members and stuff. Yeah, we'll get all that going as well eventually. But in the meantime, what I'm trying to do is add members only emotes, but I don't actually know where to do that yet. So I'm trying to figure that out. Two memberships. Time threshold memberships. Active members. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Cop Watcher. Speaking of other mods, we got my buddy Cop Watcher. Good to see you, pal. Good to have you here. Yeah, you're probably way behind, I'm sure. Oh, did I even set as? Yeah. Anyway, there's Jigglypuff. There it is. I don't even know if that was actually visible until now. Yeah, we got other wrenches. Yeah, we really we had a whole community back in the day, you know. We got another gifted membership from Fluzzy B with the gifted membership. Who got it? Who got it? Orthodox Guy Lurkin. Orthodox Guy Lurkin gets a membership from Fluzzy B. Shout out Fluzzy B. Shout out Orthodox Guy. Welcome. Thank you, Fluzzy. Glad you figured it out. Woo! It is nice being seen. We love being seen. Congratulations. This is great. Back in the day, way back, it really has been a minute, hasn't it? But tonight's been wildly encouraging, actually. I was, I said this a bunch earlier, but like when I woke up early a few hours ago and I was like, oh, I'm supposed to stream at 7. I committed to it I made a community post and everything. I just felt my nervous system like freaking out. I was like so anxious about it. And I've been thinking about how that feeling needs to it's more of a guiding feeling than one that I need to resist. It's like like I was so nervous about it because I wanted to do it so badly and I wanted it to go well, you know. And it did. It has. It's been extremely rewarding. It's felt very good. I mean, it's sad and troubling to go through the things that we've been going through, but it feels very good to see the support. So can't get gifts. My YouTube company thinks I'm a company and a woman. I'm sorry. All right. I still need to figure this out. Okay. Talk about memberships. We're already doing that. Create members only post. That's not it. All right. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. How to add custom emojis for my members on YouTube? I have the eligibility. I have the custom emoji. Sign in the YouTube studio. Earn memberships. Select memberships under your badges and emoji section. But I don't see that section. Overview. Maybe I'm just. Oh wait. Let's see. Maybe if I customize perks, is that it? Levels. Emoji. It says emoji. Hang on. Maybe I can't do it yet because we just got. I might have to wait for like the YouTube studio to recognize that there are members. Well, it says it shows me my list of members, but it doesn't give me the section that I'm told is like should be here. I might have to wait a little bit, but I promise we'll get it for sure. Thanks for streaming, bud. No drama slop, just back and forth bullshit. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I don't really care that much about drama slop. You know, like I can appreciate a little bit of drama, but I like the substance stuff. I like talking to my chat. I like covering real political stuff. Nervous to live stream. I was nervous then too, to be sure. But yeah, I mean, like after not doing it for a long time, it's yeah, I don't know. It just gets the nerves going. Thank you, Cop Watcher. I appreciate it. 1 mil right around the corner. I'm telling you, hey, stay tuned, guys. All right. I really feel like I have potential to make this something cool. And I'm pretty well networked. I have a lot of really good connections in the space. I mean, you know, having like people like besides like Sarah's a great person who's growing a lot recently, who obviously is in my corner, but like even just having a good, if contentious, relationship with like someone like Andrew. He was on Steven Crowder the other day, you know, like I could I could be the progressive folly or foil to a lot of these people, like very, very quickly if I play my cards right. You know, I could potentially get on like whatever podcast through these communication or through these like networks. It's something I'm keeping my eye on. It is a big deal. It's all a big deal. Oh, you mean the emotes? Yeah. I mean, I want to have them. I want to test it out. So close. Thank you, Flezzy. I appreciate it. Yeah. I feel the same, you know. I don't I mean, yeah, Crowder's like he's fallen off, and he's obviously a disgusting human, but like he has far reach, is all I'm saying. You know, it's not. I don't want to. I don't want to go on Stephen Crowder's show. To be clear, it's just like the reach that that I have loose access to, just because of the communities that I'm that I've crossed over with over years. I think it opens a lot of doors. I'll smoke to your success. Thank you, Michelle. Thanks, Dark Device. I appreciate that. I will. That's the goal. You know, I don't ever want to stop doing that. That's all, and that's what draws me to this stuff. You know, most of all is that I really get to just kind of be fully like radical coder Ryan. Like it's not like a character I play. You know, it's very much just I just get to talk about shit that I'm interested in, stuff that I want to talk about, stuff that I'm already watching about and learning about and arguing about, even when I'm not making content about it. So it's cool to be able to like actually make something of that. And seriously, Dark Device, like your support today has been also wildly encouraging. So I know you said don't thank you, so you know, fuck you, but it's it is encouraging nonetheless. Boy fell off. Yeah, I mean he got, it was that spat with the Daily Wire, right? Like all that shit. I mean Crowder was always a disgusting freak, but he was a very famous disgusting freak. And he was always one that I viewed as like an antagonist in my lore, you know, for my main character syndrome. Much love, much love. Used to like Crowder. Crowder was one of the I never liked Crowder. But I remember the first time I saw yeah, aggressive hugs. The first time I saw a Crowder segment, I liked what I thought was happening because I saw the change my mind segment, and at face value I was like, oh, that's a cool thing. He's like, oh, I'm going to these campuses and I'm gonna, you know, I'm putting out a controversial opinion and people will come and talk to me about them. And I very quickly realized that the game he was playing, and I was very much not into it. You know, I was like, oh, this guy, he's like one of these like super manipulative, very rhetorically savvy, but using it for evil kind of thing. Yeah, makes sense. Ugh, gross stuff. Change my mind was a thing. It sure was. Crowder was being sued too, which I believe he settled out of court. Deposition videos were hilarious. I didn't actually see all that. Yeah, and then you realize, yeah. Your abuse is sick, Steven. Okay, give me a second. I really have to pee. So I'm gonna leave Jigglypuff here. And when I come back, if anyone wants to I'll let 10th Man know. I will actually drop a StreamYard link. So if people want to pop in for a little bit and we'll chat for a minute and then we'll go from there. But I got to go to the bathroom. So Yes. Oh, Dark Device is gonna pop on. Cool. Yeah, give me a second. Fuck this 10th boy. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I like the contentious stuff. Your pee is quiet. Gotta pee on the side of the bowl, man. Do it off the balcony, all the noise is 3 stories down. Jeez. All right, hang on one second. Where's the... Oh, actually, you know what? I'm gonna real quick. I'm gonna do show one more thing before. I wonder how this will work if I just copy these. I'm hoping to show. Oh, sorry, buddy. Hoping to show some of the emotes that I'm gonna add once I have the ability to. So let me share this Excalibur screen. We got some Squirtles. We got Umbreon as an Umbreon, which is super adorable. Obviously, the Jigglypuff. We got the Jigglypuff one. We got a couple Shreks. We got a couple cute Shreks and an IRL Umbreon when he was just a baby puppy. A really small pup. A lot of these are from one of the Discords that a lot of you are in, but so they get the Shrek heart, the sad Shrek heart, and happy Shrek heart, both excellent. Oh yeah, we're big Squirtle Squad fans here. Yeah, Squirty Chan, little baby. Yeah, he was just a little guy. That picture, that emote of Umbreon is actually it's before I even got him. Like that's a cutout from a picture that I was sent of Umbreon before I picked him up. Great emotes. I agree. Oh, and one of my personal favorites. We also have. Oh, that's not it. We also have the care emote. A care emoji, like on Facebook. I'm a big fan of the care react. One of my favorites. In fact, for a couple of years, I only used the care react on Facebook. I've recently opened myself up to a few others, and on Twitch, I actually have. I'm not streaming on Twitch right now, but I actually have a version of the care react. Because we do exactly. Fuzzy gets it, dude. Fuzzy gets it. It's because we care. We fucking care, dude. Hell yeah. But I have a version of the care emote, the care react with a little radical, like a little blue square root symbol, and it's so cute. Yeah, love that. I love the care react. Cares matter. There's a really funny. Hang on. This was like my cover photo on Facebook for a long time. Let's see if I can find this. Yeah, here it is. This is a classic. So I used to argue on Facebook all the time, right? And so like this classic moment This person's like, stop care reacting. I'm trying to bully you. I just fucking care reacted it. The care react is goated, no doubt. No doubt. Goated care react. Care about care. We care about care. Arachnid's truth bomb. The Shrek emotes do not suck, first of all. I think they're adorable. I actually love the Shrek care, like this one especially. The crying one less so. But I think it's good to have a range of emotions for people to display, you know. But yeah, this is just fantastic. This was like a really a good summary of how my Facebook adventures used to go. Using cares as trolls as based, yeah, absolutely. Listen, growling, absolutely heartless take. Can't. The Shrek hate will not be tolerated. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's do copy. Oh, wait. There it is. We got a StreamYard link in chat. Did you react to the Shiloh Hendricks story? Is that the lady who called the autistic black kid the N-word? My reaction is, if you're a white lady, don't, or if you're not, don't call autistic black children or any black children the N-word. Don't do it. Not good. Not cool. Not great. I just, yeah, I don't know what am I supposed to say. Like, it's gross that people donate so much money to her about it, you know. Like, it's just so unnecessary. Yeah, yeah, it's wild. And they're like, oh man, yeah. I mean, I did a panel a few weeks ago with Tomfoolery on Team Fatty about the Carmelo stuff. And I mean, the main takeaway, Tom was a bit harder line on the oh, it's definitely self-defense. I lean towards there being a strong self-defense case, but you know, like the main concern is always like, I just, you know, I want there to be a fair trial, right? There should be a fair trial. I mean, it's a tragedy. Austin should not have put his hands on him, but also he shouldn't have, he shouldn't be dead. You know, it's sad, but you know, there's a case that it was self-defense, and we should let that play out in court. But the fact that fucking, have you guys seen this? Kyle fucking Rittenhouse tweeted that Carmelo Anthony should be in prison for life. Kyle fucking Rittenhouse tweeted that Carmelo Anthony should be in prison for life. Really, let that sink in. Yeah, of all fucking people. Yeah. Yeah, true. I'm telling you. Oh, we got 10th man. All right. He's gonna come explain to us how I cherry picked it. So, welcome, 10th man.
I only caught a few seconds. Yes. You've obviously never seen my show.
I actually haven't.
Well, I'm a little bit high, and I just finished talking about pyramids, lost civilizations, and then we just ended on what you're talking about, kinda. Like what? So about the Supreme Court ruling, and also right down to 28 to 30 minutes ago, approximately, the arrest warrants for the government officials that tried to force their way into that ICE facility. The arrest warrants have now been issued.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't dug into that too much. But my understanding,
I get you.
is that part of the controversy about that is that there's like some legal precedent for them having oversight or having the ability
Did you see the
to
video?
have oversight. I haven't seen the video now. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, no, oversight means that you get to have a committee. Get it?
Yeah. Yeah. So they need to have something
just-
like more formally organized, not just entering, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know the exact details. We could get into it if you wanted to, but I look at what happened and then apply it to what happens. Right. So it was less than a year ago, or about a year ago maybe, that this senators or congressmen or whatever they were part of the oversight committee looking into the unidentified aerial phenomena.
Okay.
And they went to those facilities and they were denied access. Right? So if they can't get in to see the UFOs, well, I just say if they can't get in to see the UFOs, then Buddy can't get into the ICE facility.
Seems like a
Get it?
weird. No, I don't. I'm not sure.
Same oversight, right? Same oversight, right?
I don't know. I don't know what the legal underpinnings are. I mean, they might be the same, but I suspect that there's like some key differences. I mean, especially like right now when we like we're not dealing with like aliens kidnapping people. We are dealing with ICE kidnapping people.
No. But that's not the discussion. We're not going to discuss I'm going to be respectful here, right? I'm not going to have a discussion of what you think is right and wrong. I'm going to show you that if it's wrong for one, it's wrong for the other. I don't care what your opinions on whether or not UFOs are real or anything like that is. If the oversight committee do you want me to find the video so you can play it? It's only just a 45-second video.
What I'd be more interested in instead of the videos, what I'm more interested in would be some laws regarding these two.
You want to see what I'm talking about cherry picking? Because see, I went across the internet over the past 2 weeks because of Jimmy Dore, Russell Brand, and there was one other one I just mentioned over on 5 Discs there. I can't remember now, but a couple. So
already the nightmare blunt rotation.
No, but I assume if I see the same thing from 3 or more content creators, that it's probably right. I was wrong about what you're talking about.
Wait, if 2 or 3 of those are Russell Brand and Jimmy Dore, then you might. I mean, you're setting a bad precedent. But
who would you look to?
Not Jimmy
CNN?
Dore, not Russell Brand.
CNN?
I mean, that's a better start. I wouldn't leave it at CNN, but it's more reliable than Russell Brand.
Okay. Anyway, I'm not gonna. See, that's what I mean. I hate these feelings discussions.
CNN, hang on. CNN cites sources, right? Like if you go through a CNN article, you can get
same sources as during the No, is that the same sources during the unicorn stuff that made me get poked and then my arm don't work no more? Let me guess. That's not real too, right? Only the things you believe. So I'm not going to come up here and have a belief structure. I mean,
I'm not saying that there are no complications when it comes to the jab or whatever, but like I mean, that's again, it's not nobody ever said there were no.
Okay, but you said CNN, they source their stuff. Yeah, they source that stuff too.
Yeah, generally.
Right? You got to understand, I've been doing this for a real long time.
I mean, that's fine.
Doubted myself.
I don't think you're going to find me. I don't think you're going to find me a CNN article that says that there's absolutely no side effects of like the COVID vaccine.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
If you can find me that, I would love to read it. Do you have that?
Before 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Before 2.5, 3 years ago. You weren't. How old were you? Stop it. I'm not getting it.
I'm 32.
Dude, I've done shows about this for 5 years. Please.
I'm asking. Okay, well, you can. That's fine. I'm not asking what shows you've done. I'm asking you to provide some.
No, we're here to discuss what. No, I'm not doing this gish gallop jump around thing.
You said that I
might be able to get away with that.
Gish galloping.
I'm looking for the news article for you right now. Hold on, please. I just gave it to Grid last night. I was wrong because I went around repeating what other people had said, saying that the Supreme Court had decided that they didn't follow the law in the 9-1 ruling or whatever, right?
9-0.
And that the guy who or whatever it was, and then the guy
Tomar Abrego Garcia was here legally. He was legally living in the United States.
That's something different. Just hold on. So,
okay,
yeah. We'll get into that here in a minute if you want to. But so, I went around saying that when I think it was a Rubio was in the press conference, because numerous sources said that guy lied. That guy lied when he said the Supreme Court decided in favor of the White House, right? So I went around saying,
Marco lied, Marco Rubio lied, Steve Miller lied, Pam Bondi lied. Yeah,
he didn't. Yeah. He didn't. I'm going to show you why. No, okay. You're wrong. Watch.
Okay.
And I was wrong too. And I was like, oh, okay. So now I got to go around to every channel I said that on and retract it, because I was wrong. I almost got it. Don't bother bringing up my other avatar. I'm just using my computer to drop a link.
Okay.
There. Take a look at that.
All right. Let's see. Hang on. I don't know what am I? Oh, did you put it in? Wait, I don't know what.
Private chat and stream areas.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see it.
Is that right, bro?
Oh, this is regarding the Alien Enemies Act.
Yes.
This is a different thing, right?
This is where it begins.
Okay. In an unsigned opinion Monday night, the court's conservative majority didn't rule on the question, but it gave Trump administration all it needed to continue with the deportations with one caveat. It said that from here on, the alleged gang members need to be given notice of deportation and the opportunity to contest the deportation. So this is about habeas corpus, right?
So anything other than that doesn't matter.
No,
because the beginning and the end of the discussion.
Well, it's not, because first of all, this the Alien Enemies Act was
your legal opinion doesn't matter, Coder.
Well, I'm not citing my legal opinion. I'm referring to the other opinion about.
Are you saying that article's wrong? Yes or no?
No, I'm saying that you're misunderstanding it.
And how's that right?
Because the Alien Enemies Act was declared in regards to Venezuelan gang members specifically, right? It's saying there was an invasion of Tren de Aragua, right? And there were it's not about MS-13.
Yes, it is.
Let me see.
What's it about, in your opinion? Do you consider it an equivalent to a declaration of war, which is what the Alien Enemies Act is about?
Which one, me or 10th Man?
I wonder who I'm talking to.
He doesn't even know me, bro. You're going to get some mad trolls up here. I thought this was just for me and you. You do what you want to do. But I'm not going to defend you from these people because you made your own bed.
Sorry.
You made your own
I
bed.
think you're a little mistaken. How do we deport people without Congress? Without using the actual terms of what we would consider, due process and things like that. How do we accomplish that?
Through the Alien Enemies Act?
Right. And through that act, how is it declared commonly? Can you point out one time it's been called upon before?
During World War II, to put Japanese Americans into
yes,
camps?
Exactly. So now on the counterfoot, how are we applying that today? And does it even apply?
It shouldn't. In my feelings, but
no, I know you. I'm sorry. Yeah. I think you're confused. I'm not fighting you. I'm actually agreeing with you. This is becoming such a stringent fucking argument that it actually has to be posed. When was the last time this came up? How was it applied? Is it applying now? And how are you trying to apply it now? It frustrates the shit out of me to have these clearly established laws that have worked out for our fucking country several times over. Our biggest problems are with taxation at the worst, if you're being like the most conservative person ever. And now we're just deporting people. Like, now it's cool. Nobody gives a fuck. It pisses me off. I've been a highly conservative person many times for many reasons. I'm pro-gun. Like, I can be the most conservative motherfucker you want. And one of the things that lets me be conservative is the Constitution. And then you want to shit on the Constitution now? Suck my dick. Wait, can I cuss?
Yeah, please. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Well, it's your stream. I should ask.
Yeah, no, I'm saying fuck
it.
yeah. So I support it. Yeah, I'm.
But it truly pisses it. It truly pisses me off as someone who can go off on conservative talking point, on conservative talking point, on conservative talking point. I could do it over and over again for several reasons on several things. But it does come to a point where it's like, if you're a Trumpy, you just don't give a fuck.
No.
You don't give a fuck.
I'll just tell you this. Is look up the amendment 5.6.2.3.
What about it?
Look it up. I'm not gonna get up here and argue with you people. You believe what you want. I don't care. I'm just telling you. Your guys' opinions don't matter. The numbers again?
5.5 what?
5.6.2.3 removal of aliens who have entered the United States.
Yes. Despite the government's no person shall be held to answer for a capital otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in land or naval forces or in militia when in actual service in time of war or public danger, nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against oneself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. So which part of this says that it's okay to deport illegal immigrants without due process?
Did you read the whole?
I just did. I just read the whole thing. Yeah.
No. What about all that below that?
Well, there's a bunch of stuff.
This is the problem. You guys read one paragraph. I'm already done. I'm not going to sit here. I can go through here and I can spend the next 2 hours trying to explain this to you. You're not going to believe it in the end anyway. It's a waste of my time. Right?
Which part do you want me to look at? So wait, hang on and pause. Slow down. I'm not. You need to calm down. Okay. First, so
no, I'm not.
Like
I'm
what
not
I
your
read
teacher. You're the teacher. You're the teacher.
I read.
If I was on my stream, I would do the work for you. But I'm on your stream. I'm not doing the work.
That's fine. I read the amendment, and under the amendment, yes, there is more stuff, but the stuff under it here is explanations of it. Okay. So what you asked me to do was read the amendment, and that's what I did. Okay. I read the amendment.
Okay.
And it says people. It says persons specifically. Yeah. Okay. So can you just steer me toward like there's like 6 paragraphs below it. I'm not going to sit here and read a whole essay. I'm curious. I want you to steer me.
Have you read the Alien Enemies Act?
Have I read the Alien Enemies Act? Yes, I've looked at the Alien Enemies Act before.
How does it not apply?
Well, number one, we're not at war.
America's been in a constant state of war since that fateful day in September of 2001.
We're not at war with Venezuela. We're not at war with a gang, right? These are not. A gang is not.
When was the war ended? When was the war end?
We didn't start. There was never a beginning of a war with Venezuela, with Trinidad.
No. When was the end? No. When was the end of the war on terror?
We're not talking about the war, the quote unquote war on terror. That's a rhetorical slogan. It's not a literal declaration.
No, that's a real thing.
There was wars.
I had to deal with it for 20 years. I had to deal with it for. See, that's what I mean is I don't think you know enough about history and how this works.
I think that you're using language in a
declares war.
Way.
Who declares
Congress.
war? Then how did the war on terror and the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq happen?
Through a combination of Congress and executive authority?
Wrong.
Okay. Correct me.
Because Congress wrote a new law that said that the executive branch can declare war without Congress.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And so who did they declare?
When Trump
so
signed the
are we saying that
executive
Trump declared
order,
war?
and as soon as Trump signed that executive order, that's it. See, I'm sorry, but you can't just pick and choose what laws apply and what don't. I don't like
totally
a lot of
agree.
this as much as you. All right? But this is the way that it works, because once the precedent is set, then that's it. Just like the guys who tried to raid the ICE facility, when everybody pushed for the people for January 6th to go to jail because it was an insurrection, then the liberals set the precedent for what is about to come. Because it's well known that the left protesters.
Hang on. You're complaining about me gitch galloping, and now you're saying that we set the precedent by charging people who literally stormed the Capitol, busted down Nancy Pelosi's door, attacked police officers,
destroyed property, assaulted people.
Yeah, destroyed. Yeah, and literally prevented a legal process of transition of power from happening at that moment, like delayed it, right, through violence.
Totally fine.
How, like, that's like definitionally an insurrection.
How many FBI agents or informants were at the Capitol at the time of the riot?
Why don't you tell us?
Relevance.
Why don't you tell us?
No, because they won't tell us. They said they're not allowed to.
So,
when you say
they're not allowed to. Do you think it was half of them?
I think the last report I saw was somewhere between 200 and 300.
I'm going to ask you again. I'm going to ask you again. Do you think it was half of them?
Nope. But I think those were the ones that were doing the stuff.
Do you think it was a quarter of them?
I think that 99% of the people that were doing the acts of violence and things such as that were those people, yes.
Okay.
But the
people who were doing those acts.
No, he's going to stand his ground.
Because it's the first unarmed insurrection I've ever seen.
First of all, there were weapons, and there was also a stockpile of weapons across the river. Are you aware of this? You're aware of the Oath Keepers having a stockpile of weapons?
Yeah, I also saw in Canada during the truck.
To him, probably.
I also saw during the trucker protest in Canada that the police had to admit that they doctored the photos and added things into their arsenal that weren't actually there.
Okay,
and took pictures of it.
I'm gonna ask a different. Look, wait. Like, let's not even go into
the fact that you have any faith that the government's not lying about everything makes me have zero faith in anything you say.
But you trust
Trump. What? I agree.
Trump.
The government lied about everything.
I hate Trump.
But
so the government's lying now too.
I loathe
Is the government
Trump.
lying now too?
Yes. Oh.
So
okay, then just be miserable and die at that point. Because it doesn't matter what president you get, what politics you're going to get. It's not going to matter to you because everybody lies. Everything is fake. Everything is propaganda. And everything is shit. You're not going to win, dude. Go live on an island.
But also, sort of what Michelle's saying here, but like if they didn't have weapons initially, then Trump wouldn't have had to say the thing he said on record, or like that's been reported he said, which was about the metal detectors or whatever. Like he was like, well, let them through. They're not here to kill me. They're not here. They're not. What do you say? Let me get the exact quote. I don't want to misquote him. Trump, they're not here to hurt me or something. Let's see. Yeah, they're not here to hurt me. It's literally what he said.
Yeah, of course. As long as he's okay, nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, here we go. I don't fucking care that they have weapons. Trump fumed in urging aides to take down magnometers towards near the White House during the Stop the Steal rally. They're not here to hurt me. Take the fucking mags away. And he's not saying take away their mags. He's saying take away the magnometers. He's saying take away the metal detectors.
Yeah. Did they hurt?
He's saying let them in with the weapons. Let them bring their guns in. Is what he's saying.
Did they hurt him?
They weren't there to hurt Trump. They were there to hurt Mike Pence
No,
and
they
Nancy
didn't hurt
Pelosi.
anybody. They just destroyed a fucking established part of this country.
They did hurt police officers, by the way.
Yes. And, dude, it's that if we said the same thing about your house, that 100 people showed up to your house and destroyed everything, but you didn't get hurt, that's okay.
Oh, what are you talking about? I see cops do that on a regular basis.
Oh my God, I don't like police officers either, motherfucker.
These guys weren't
but
cops.
We could complain about a functionary house of this.
Well, some of them probably were cops, but
I'm just confused. So it's okay when the government does it to private citizens, but not okay when the citizens do it to the government?
No, it's not okay but both can be wrong at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah,
so what protections do the people have to the government?
Both can be wrong at the same time.
Yeah, what protections do the people have from the government?
Well, luckily, we had. Hang on.
Yep.
Well, first of all, we had, thankfully, due to one of the largest civil rights protests in American history, the Black Lives Matter protests of 2020, we had several laws that changed that protected people from police brutality. We had laws that changed that required officers to intervene.
Public officials. Yep.
Yeah. Laws that required them to intervene when during police brutality, that banned chokeholds, various things that these were things that have been changed, and they're things that I agree are
qualified immunity
bad,
laws
right?
Are getting fucking stripped left and right.
But the way to handle these things is through legislation changes, through electing representatives who are trying to change those laws, right? Like not through storming the fucking Capitol and attacking police officers.
Thank you, sir. Well put.
Instead, they should storm ICE facilities.
Nobody is speaking to fucking storm ICE facilities. That's the funny part. Maybe some leftist somewhere.
How do we get to January 6th anyway?
It's not a common thing to say storm ICE facilities. It's not a common thing.
But you're aware of what just happened, right? With the arrest warrants and stuff?
Well, I don't know exactly what I know that people were arrested. I don't know what the exact things they were doing. I suspect that what they did probably was breaking a law. And you know, that like that'll have to be handled in court.
Yeah, the governor or whatever he was, senator, congressman, whatever. I don't care what office these dummies have. Tried to force his way with some other people in there.
Yeah, and I might argue, I might even end up agreeing that there's a case to be made that that moves like that should be done by governors and stuff, potentially.
I already said, if I became Prime Minister of Canada tomorrow, I guarantee you all the corruption will be gone within less than 2 months. Now, you guys are probably going to use some rope on me at the end. But see, the way that I believe that this should be done is I walk in there with a 3D camera and a paid press docket we're all live streaming to the outside world at the same time. And everything that happens is live broadcast. Now, we can have a couple secret meetings here and there, a couple in-camera things for real important stuff. But for the most part, and I'm going to be just walking into these places with my armed guards and my press people, and we're just going to go wherever we want. And when you try to stop us, you're immediately going to be taken to prison, and that's it. That's it.
That's great. You have fun with that. So
send them to the gulag.
Until you get put in that position, can you walk me back to, because I mean, initially you were in my chat saying that I was cherry picking things, right? And that's what we came up to discuss. What did I cherry pick?
Because you're showing titles of but I just gave you the news article that proves that he had every right to deport them. You're crying about an administrative error.
It's not administrative.
And that's it. That's it. Administrative error.
The Constitution is not administrative.
Sir, did you spend the past 25 years crying about the people in the black sites?
I've been spending a lot more than 25 years on politics, my friend, and I know.
No, about the people in the black sites.
So you're saying that this is
defend it, but just because that happened. Two wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah,
You
like you're
allowed the
saying that,
precedent to be
you're
set.
justifying law breaking. Hang on. You're saying
No,
that's
no.
justified
Once
for
you
Trump to now
allow
break
the
law.
precedent to be set,
Okay.
then it's precedent in law. That's how it works.
So there's no laws anymore.
Okay.
Because laws have been broken before, so there's no laws anymore, is what you're saying.
Have you heard of case law?
Yes, I have.
What's the
And
case that
O.J.
you're
Simpson
using
got
as
away with murder. That doesn't mean everybody gets away with murder.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that everybody gets away with murder. You have to understand that what is currently occurring is not only just disregard of law, but even of the highest law, which is the Supreme Court. To ignore Supreme Court fucking decisions is abysmal.
But it wasn't a Supreme Court decision.
It was.
Are you fucking shitting me, Smalls?
Pull
Are
up
we
the
gonna
article
argue
again and
about
explain
the-
it to
This article is not about what we're talking about. We're not saying that he
Yes, it
ignored
is.
this ruling.
It said that he's allowed to use the Alien Enemies Act. That's the end of the
That
discussion.
doesn't mean that they can deport anybody. It means he can deport gang members, right? Known gang members.
Which
From-
isn't
Okay.
even
Sunday Aragua
proper,
specifically.
in my opinion, but whatever.
Yeah, and even this, I'm pretty sure there's more that's happened since this specifically, but this doesn't mean that they can just deport anybody.
And they're arguing for more. That's part of it as well. That
So
now
you're
that the president created this fucking premise, now we want to move into other premises that will apply.
Yeah, and
No.
and also the thing. Wait, real quick. When we're talking about Trump defying a Supreme Court order, we're talking about him refusing to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, not whether or not the deportation was illegal. But we're not even arguing about that. We're talking about him defying the Supreme Court in terms of facilitating the return, which Trump has said he could do and said that he won't do, and he has repeatedly lied about
And
Kilmar being a
openly
proven
and
MS-13
publicly-
member.
And openly and publicly playing to collusion with the government of fucking of
El
a
Salvador.
foreign nation with a prison that we're paying for.
Yeah.
So it becomes a whole fucking huge can of worms in that front.
okay, but what
There
this
are
is
so
about
many
is
things illegal with
integrity.
that. Yeah,
This is
I
what-
can
this is
ask
how I
them
end-
to, but I can't force them.
This is what I explained to the other panel before I came over here. Is when Biden defied the Supreme Court to
When was that?
forgive
Be
student
more specific.
loans, to
What did he
forgive
do? How
student
did he defy
loans,
Did he win?
How did he defy it?
no, he didn't win.
So
It shows a.
But he did it
clear
anyway
law
for some of
precedent.
them, and now all the people that were promised that their
Wait.
student loans were going to be forgiven, now they've all gone into default and stuff.
Walk
Right?
through.
So that's
walk through the
caused a
process.
huge problem for a lot of
Walk
people.
through-
So hold on.
No. You're not
Let
gonna
him
move.
speak.
You're not gonna move past this yet. We're gonna stay on this. Walk me
Yep.
through how Biden defied the Supreme Court.
No, Biden
still
did
paid it out, even though they
defy
said
the
he couldn't.
Supreme Court until he lost.
Not what happened.
Until he
actually-
lost.
But he still paid some of it out, right? Even though he wasn't allowed to.
Because he didn't.
Yeah, because the
it wasn't
Supreme Court
overturned
has
until
no-
after he
so
was
see,
out of
that's
office.
it. All right, I'm done. See, that's what I'm saying. You
What?
guys seem to think
You might be
that because
done.
you
That's
feel
fine.
stronger about stuff. No, I'm done. You guys seem
That's
to
not
think
what
that
I
because
said.
you feel strong. There's not a president in history that hasn't defied a Supreme Court ruling. Show me one.
Biden didn't.
As soon as the decision is final,
All right, so now I got to
No
waste my time
president.
looking up stuff that you should know if you're going to be defending these
Go ahead.
positions.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, the
Okay.
last one to do it was Nixon,
right?
and it took 2 weeks before he gave in. Before he actually went around, he gave in and did follow after pressure. Right? Trump has had way more than 2 weeks, and he has not given. He has not given and done the Supreme Court ruling. Biden immediately stopped the
Yes.
approach that he used for suspending those student loan debts, right? He immediately ended that program and then started again with a completely different approach, right? A completely different approach that wasn't deemed illegal until after he was out of office. So it was fully
Essentially.
legal for him to engage with it at the time, for him to relieve those debts at the time, right?
And always abiding by rulings, by the way.
Oh, there's two of you? What happened? Oh,
That's how I put links in your basement in your private chat, dude.
Oh my God, we're gonna switch to private jets now.
And I always
Well,
like
he's
to
just publishing in the back chat.
give you left wing sources too, because
It's true that the Biden administration has taken steps to reduce payments for citizens with student debt despite a Supreme Court ruling. However, these new plans do not ignore the ruling by the Supreme Court as they are narrower in scope. This is the article you just sent me.
Right.
However, these
So
plans do not ignore the ruling by the Supreme Court as they are narrower in scope. So he changed the approach to be narrower in scope so it wasn't against that. So he didn't defy the ruling.
That's the same thing Trump's doing.
No, it's
identical.
Not. He's refusing to facilitate the return of Kilmar.
What does facilitate mean? You want to look up the definition of facilitate?
Yes. So there was a difference between there was another word. Sorry, I think Dr. Device brought it up earlier or said it earlier. But what they did was the Supreme
Court
look
up Black's law.
The scope of the lower court. The Supreme Court reduced the scope of the lower court's order, right, to just facilitate.
Mm-hmm.
So that doesn't mean he has to. You're right. It doesn't mean he's going to send the military in to go get him. But he has literally said that he could bring him back. Right? Trump has said, "I could bring him back." So that's what if he can bring him back, then he can facilitate the return.
So if I say you should facilitate me living, what does
it? Wait, if I should facilitate you living?
Yes.
That means that I should. That's very vague. I don't even know.
Allow me to live, right? Not to get in the way of me living.
I don't think so. I think that we wouldn't use the word that way.
Well, no, it would be because, did it say how he would
make an
in the order that I
easy or easier? So facilitate means make an action or process easy or easier. So that means that Trump needs to make the process easier.
Yep.
So I would have to. So facilitating you living would be.
Did the other guy offer say, "Hey, here's this guy"? No. Did the other guy offer and say, "Hey, yeah, take this guy"?
Well, when asked about it after the Supreme Court ruling, when Stephen Miller and Pam Bondi and Trump and Marco Rubio were all lying about the order, Bukele said that, "What do you want me to do? Smuggle a terrorist in the United States?" But he wouldn't have to smuggle him because because we are facilitating his return. We're supposed to be facilitating his return, right?
So and I'm really not trying to be facetious here, but
the two people who have the authority to do the thing are saying we're not going to do the thing. That's it. That's what's happening.
Yeah. Right. And so, do you not see that you're sitting here telling two leaders of two nations what they should do based on your opinions of it?
The Supreme Court is.
Okay. What is the legal remedy which the Supreme Court could use against Trump in this instance?
Well, that's a difficult question. That's why we identify this as a constitutional crisis. That's the problem.
All right. So the other fellow was just up here talking about, and I'm trying to be respectful. You understand that, right? So
sure. Yeah.
He was saying about the Constitution, right? So what is the remedy for a president that you believe is acting outside of their role and you need them to be held responsible for what they did? What is the one and only legal remedy that you have?
Impeachment.
So when that happens and it goes through both houses, then we can talk about it. But I'm really tired of this because I've had to watch the Patriot Act go into effect. I had to fight against this.
So you want to let it get
down
worse?
at Yes.
Okay, well, that's easy for you to say up north in Canada.
Yep.
But yeah, us Americans, we care about the American Constitution.
Okay.
So we don't want it to get worse, right? If there is government overreach, we want to try to address that, not explode it.
Okay. So do you want grape gangs all across your nation, like in Europe, like in the UK?
No.
Oh, okay. So then how do you plan on stopping that from happening?
if there are grape gangs, as you put it, then we should probably arrest those people, give hearings, and confirm that they are part of grape gangs, and then we can deport them.
Okay, do you know how it actually went down in practice, though?
How
In England? How the whole situation over there went down? Because I did shows about this 5
sure
years ago,
yeah.
okay? About Tommy Robinson and all that stuff, and people came up and attacked me and said, how dare you? He's a monster. Why would you support him? Blah, 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 blah. And I knew I was right then, and I knew I was right now.
With America?
I'm explaining it to you.
Try.
So, when people tried to report this stuff, they called it racism and swept it under the rug for 15 plus years. You understand?
I've heard people say this. I don't know if that's even actually an accurate representation of what's happened, but
go watch the interviews with the women.
Okay.
Because I have.
How many?
10, 15, at least.
So suspending habeas corpus in the United States, if there are 15 rape victims, then we should suspend habeas corpus.
No, Ryan, what it comes down to is this, is the people that you're defending.
I'm not defending people.
Are beyond defense.
I'm not defending people. I'm defending a process. I'm defending the Constitution of the United States of America, like the country I live in.
Okay. Okay. Your way of thinking caused a guy who was held in a black site that was actually a known T word, but was a Canadian citizen that we allowed to be held by America. And then even though he was a known T word, Canada paid him over $10 million to compensate him for us not trying hard enough to get him out of prison for America. That's where your line of thinking goes. People who are actual monsters out there.
Who get due process.
People who are actual monsters out there get treated better than the people that are citizens. And when you have a breakdown of the legal system like that, where
this is not
allow the ones that
process.
When we allow the ones that cry the loudest and know how to manipulate the system the best, get treated better than the people who are paying the taxes and actually created this country, then there's just nothing to work for anymore, and we might as well just burn it all down. That's what it comes down to.
You realize you're just making like wild emotional appeals, like you're not actually giving an argument.
No, there's no emotion in this.
It's extremely
no emotion
emotional.
In this.
No, it's only
no emotion whatsoever. I'm telling you how it works.
Okay. You were telling me how you feel it works. Yes.
Nope.
Well, yeah.
No, when the sleeping giant wakes up, like what's happening in Ireland right now, it's too late.
So due process is done.
Due process is by the consent of the ruled.
Due process is through the Constitution. You uphold it. If we're upholding the Constitution, we uphold due process.
Our rulers rule by consent.
Okay.
If we no longer consent, that's it.
Okay, so only like
what you're advocating for.
Only like 30% of American voters voted for Trump. So roughly 70% did not. So if you say rule by consent, it seems like most people don't consent to what Trump is doing by that logic.
What percentage of people took part in fighting the Civil War?
I don't know. That's not what I am talking about. I'm not talking
between 3 and 5%
who are consenting. Okay, and
not everything you're saying.
It was illegal. It was illegal for them to separate from the United States. It was a treasonous act of the Confederacy. They were traitors.
Were they?
Yeah.
Why?
They were seceding from the Union, and it was illegal in a legal way. There could be feasibly legal processes to do that. They'd have to change the Constitution through amendments, right? But like as it stands, they can't do that.
Yeah. See, you can sit here and say whatever you want.
Well,
I'm just
not.
telling
It's
you
not
how it
about what I
works.
want. It's well, I'm telling you how it works. It seems like actually the opposite of what's happening, Death Man.
Well, no, but so you tell me what law Trump broke because he didn't facilitate.
Yeah, so he's defying the ruling of the Supreme Court, right?
To facilitate.
Yes, he's not facilitating the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia to the United
Did
States
he
of America.
refuse?
You have to make a hearing. Yes, he
Did
said
he
I could
refuse?
do it, but I won't do
On
it.
paper.
He said
No, on paper, where the offer was there, and he said no.
He said that he could do it. He explicitly said, I could do
That's
this,
not the
but
discussion. Yeah, I could say I could give
He
you
did.
$1,000. I'm not gonna.
So what evidence is there that he's on paper taken some action to make it easier for him to return?
None of your
which is the
business.
definition of facilitate, as we went over. What?
None of your business. None of your business.
I think it's my business. It is my business as a
Nope.
U.S. citizen. Right?
No, same as the people that tried to go see the UFOs, same as the people who tried to go see the ICE facility. You rely on daddy government to keep you safe, which means none of your business. That's
No.
it. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Would you like to be president of the United States?
UFOs. What?
Would you like to be president of the United States?
No, thank you.
Okay, see, that's what I'm talking about. Is I'll be prime minister or president. I'll be emperor of the world, right?
Well, you won't be.
No problem.
Thankfully.
No, but I would, right? And that's why I have the right to critique these people.
You won't.
That's
like no.
But
like,
that's the reason why
you
can't
would
say
never
that.
win an
You don't know
election.
that. Why not?
Yeah, okay. I mean, just based on this conversation, I don't think you would get
Trump
support,
did.
No offense. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Trump is a more clever con man than you probably would be.
Oh, so you think that telling people that they have the right and the power to fight against tyranny would not be a message well received?
I think that plenty of people say that. I think that what I'm doing right now is speaking out against tyranny, actually, ironically.
Yeah. I disagree. For only due to one reason. I know, obstinance, right? Is I would love for them to just bring Garcia back so that we could see the whole thing play out just to shut you people up. Just to shut you people up.
Also, that's exactly what I want. I want him to come
What do you
back
mean, you
to his
people?
hearing.
Dummies.
I want him to come back, get his hearing, and then if he's proven to be an MS-13 terrorist, then he can go back to wherever. Like they can deport him somewhere else.
Okay, well then you got to pay for all of it then.
Oh, the taxpayer.
You got to pay for it
taxpayer dollar. We are already paying. Taxpayers are already paying to hold him in El Salvador.
No.
And the taxpayer is currently paying for the fucking arguments against Trump, by the way, because they're all government functions to argue presidential opinions. So,
in all seriousness,
yes, taxpayer dollars being wasted is kind of shitty. How about yours?
I want Trump to, I can't remember what the term is right now, but he alluded to it the other day, and just essentially suspend habeas corpus across the board and arrest all the judges that are against him. That's what I want him to do.
Is your uniform brown and red, or what color is it?
Nope. I
don't want them to do that.
Is it red, white, and blue?
I've seen too many judges do terrible things.
So have I. I work in law.
Sometimes the blood of tyrants. That's all I can.
Okay, so what color uniform do you want when you remove the power from judges? And then who are you going to give the power to? The executive branch?
Military tribunals for everybody.
Okay, so what color uniform are you wearing so we know which one to shoot?
Pink.
All right, well, I love pink, but I'm going to shoot those two. That is such a terrible precedent.
I'm also against the fascist takeover of my country, but let's just not get my channel banned while we're doing it, okay?
I apologize if I said anything that would actually cause that.
I don't think you did.
I don't know. It sounds
well, the shooting thing. We're talking about a movie script for the new Saving Private Ryan.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that. I'm just an extreme constitutionalist when it comes to many things. I don't feel that we should be suspending the rule of law when we choose to, even by popular sentiment. We've created rules to change the government. We've created rules to change amendments to the Constitution. All of these avenues already exist. And if we don't follow them and try to do it in a different way, I consider that extremely fascistic. And
Huh?
I will argue tooth and nail against it.
And I agree with you 1,000%. But when's the last time either one of you made a complaint to a government representative or anything like that about Obama drone striking a kid in a coffee shop that was an American citizen? Never, right?
I was in high school.
Actually, I was a Ron Paul guy back then, and I did.
Well, there you go.
Recently?
Recently speaking, against Biden, there were plenty of things I could complain about, but realistically speaking, he was also held back by the courts, and he obliged the courts on their rulings. Do you not understand that?
We'd have to go into specifics. I'm just telling you, I don't really.
Well, let's back up. Let's back up a little bit. So, do you recognize 10th? Do you agree, 10th man, that the article you shared earlier did not show did not show Joe Biden defying the Supreme Court ruling? Do you agree with that? Do you acknowledge that now?
He changed it, right? And was Garcia already over international waters when they were given the order to turn back? Yes.
This order, the Supreme Court order, is not about whether he was over international waters when that
irrelevant.
It's about facilitating his return after the fact.
Perfectly relevant.
Under orders. No, it isn't. They were under orders to go do the thing that they did. They did what they were told to do.
No. What did Trump do? What did Trump do to facilitate his return?
Don't matter.
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Once you go outside, no.
You're right. He doesn't have to show me, but he has to show the Supreme Court or somebody that he's right.
Have you guys ever been in international waters?
Yes, I love boats. Please tell me. I know. I've actually been
waters. That's it.
Okay. The Supreme Court sanctioned Trump to facilitate him coming back. In his own words on American media in the American country, said, I could, but I won't.
Yep.
Now, you can tell me whatever the hell you want about whatever action and whatever international waters, but when the sitting president says, oh yeah, I'm abiding by it, but then says out loud to the entire American populace, against all national and domestic policy, by the way, because basically any country in the world can now look at him and say, oh, he's not going to give a fuck if his courts tell him what to do. He facilitated it? Come on, man.
And what is the legal remedy for a president that has acted outside of...
Look, if you ask me what the legal remedy is, you're not going to like
it. Right.
We need to encourage... We should be encouraged... I'll tell you, the legal remedy is calling Republican legislators and telling them, hey, we don't support this. We are against this. We want you to support the Democrats impeaching him.
Yeah, that would be the most, I would say... soft collar way to do it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I agree with that.
That's the legal remedy for what's happening right now. That's the legal
right. The most soft collar way. Realistically, articles of impeachment is definitely the best way, but you want to do them in the way that follows the law. Of course. Yeah. That's what I want to argue for. The only other thing that we can do is basically go in the same fascistic territory that you're arguing for, and it's like cut his head off, because we want to go by the rules of the law and the court, and we don't want to be fascistic in the way that we interpret them. But when the executive powers are completely disregarding it, it does become a point where it's like, okay, hold on, you're creating a new ground that it's the equivalence of the kingdoms and serfdom that we fought against to be a United States of America.
Yeah,
where one guy just doesn't get to say what he wants.
Yeah, I will, like, there will be resistance if Trump really tries to become a king, right? Like,
Yeah, keep pushing harder and see how it
there
goes.
should be resistance.
We don't want that. Nobody wants that. I don't want that.
So Trump should resign and turn himself in and be charged as soon as possible.
Ideally.
You can't.
All
You
of his
have
criminal activity.
immunity. You have immunity.
Yeah, based on the Supreme Court precedents, but like we've already argued. So
I
if
understand.
it's going to get to the point, so he has immunity. So if we're
Okay,
just going to let
hold
him
on.
do whatever he wants, whenever he wants, there will come a point where the republic is dead. Like,
Nope.
that's just it.
No, because we heard the same thing 25 years ago when
W?
the invasion of
Nothing like this
Afghanistan and
happened.
Iraq
Nothing
happened.
like this happened.
Nothing like that
Way
happened
worse
25
than
years
this.
ago.
Way
No,
worse
not way
than
worse
this.
than this. No, it's
Millions
not.
of dead
It's not.
people,
Wait,
dude.
let him
Invasion
say
of
how it's
2
worse.
countries.
How's it worse? How is that worse?
Millions.
Go ahead.
Millions of dead people and an invasion of
Millions
2
of
countries
dead people
based on
where?
lies.
Millions of dead people
Over
where?
1 million in
Where?
Afghanistan or Iraq.
Oh, wait, no, he's
One of
saying
the
it.
two.
Where? In
No,
Afghanistan?
one of the two. Was
So not
one of the
America.
two. Over
Where's the
1
other
million.
place? Where's the other place?
Oh my God!
Americans?
Let's name the wars since then. Oh, so it's okay if it's anybody else. Okay, see, that's it.
Nobody's saying
We
that.
just showed what.
No,
I'm glad I
well,
came
no,
here
but
tonight.
let him shoot.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
glad I came here tonight. You just said that it's okay to kill millions of other people as long as they're not
I never
Americans.
said that. I never
The
said that.
liberals have
But
showed. That's what you said. You just said. Were they Americans?
I did, but
Yeah.
I never made a point. I was asking you a question.
Yeah.
You're assuming my
Right,
point.
that's how you liberals talk. You just
I never made a
bear in the
point.
wind.
I never made a
That can be
point.
for you.
I
We don't
asked
have
you
to
a
make it for
question.
Just assume what it is.
You said, were they Americans?
I did, and I never made a point. I asked you a question.
So that is
you
your
said,
point. That is your point. Then what is your point?
You're making my point for me, even though I never made a point?
Yes, because you're not going to make a point. You liberals never do. You operate in theory.
And you cooperate in
just like Ryan.
And you cooperate, but you're cooperating in talking points.
I feel
Joe, when you're both
wait, no, let him keep going.
All you do.
I'm muting both of you. Wait, because no one can hear when you're both talking, okay? And then when I come in too, no one can hear any of us. So all right, let's just chill. Go back and forth. Go ahead.
No, I would actually like to hear your point because my point was co-opted. I never made a point. You should actually speak. Actually,
he was just,
because this is how you people speak,
right?
Us people.
Yes,
but okay. So even if that is, let's assume that us people speak like how you're alleging. That doesn't mean that you can just assert that what somebody's point was because they asked you a question, right? Like it still doesn't make sense.
Yes, it does. When you're not willing to back up what you're saying and you just leave it flutter out there in the wind. Yeah.
You didn't give me a moment to speak. Okay. All right. Coder, you should probably speak. I want to give you room.
Sure.
Because I've got plenty to say.
Yeah, I feel like I made a pretty specific point, which is I
think you did.
Donald Trump should facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, just like the Supreme Court has said. And I don't believe that he's done that. And the Supreme Court doesn't agree that he's done that. And if he has done that, he doesn't have to show me. He has to show the Supreme Court in some way, shape, or form, right? Not me. He doesn't have to prove it to me, just like with the UFO stuff. He doesn't have to prove it to whatever governor or whatever. Like he has to prove it to some legislative body, which are the ones that are sanctioning him.
And he should be punishable for not doing so, even though he's gotten immunity, which I'm sure 10th Man is okay with.
And when it comes to the immunity, by the way, there's the whole thing about the caveat of like, oh, is it actually something he's done in his within his executive authority or whatever? Like there was all this debate when it was when this ruling was made about like what the actual lines of this ruling are. And people were saying, like the conservatives then were arguing that, oh, it's not going to stop him from doing anything he wants. It's gonna push down to determine whether or not what he was doing was actually in his executive authority to do, right? But now we're just saying he can do anything. Now it just sounds like we're saying he's a king. What happened?
I'm gonna pivot a little because I think it's very important to say I really hate it when extreme leftists cannibalize democracy. But at the same time, at least we have some discourse on the left while the right is willing to suck every single fucking orange dick that gets pointed in their face.
I loathe Trump, and the fact that you people make me defend
I don't believe
him.
you. I don't believe
Oh,
you.
you have no idea.
But
Everything you speak speaks to the contrary.
The Yemen
let
thing
go for a minute.
alone should be enough for impeachment, but that's not what you're talking about.
Wait, which part should be? What are you saying?
But you guys are okay with it as long as they're not Americans getting bombed, right?
No.
I made that point, and you never actually let me make a point. So let's not talk about foreign lives anymore. We're talking about America now to keep it in your purview. Let's just talk about Americans, okay?
Why are you okay with Trump having all this power if you don't even like him?
Because if he has the right to bomb other countries, then he has the right to put out a foreign gang member or whatever.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's it.
So
what? As soon as somebody walks
war?
hold on. As soon as somebody walks on American soil, they automatically get all the rights and status of American.
Yeah, well, not the same rights. They get due process, though. Yes, they get due process.
Exactly,
yes.
just
automatically
due process.
As soon as you walk. So they're not allowed to turn you back at a border.
They do it all the time. Are you insane?
So you guys are aware that he.
Do you think we just wait?
He had his temporary citizenship revoked in 2019. He had been deported and then re-entered illegally. Correct or incorrect?
No, that's not true. You're making shit up right now.
That is not true. Oh shit!
Pretty sure you're wrong.
No, you're wrong.
Pretty sure I'm not.
One source that says that. Show me something that says that. Show me what.
Please.
Google it.
Even like
dude,
a weird
I'm not
far
doing
right
no
source.
more production on your show, dude.
Yeah, okay.
Don't make strong claims you can't back up then, dude.
Type in his name, the guy that I can't even ever remember his name. Go ahead, type in his name.
Abrego Garcia. Start fucking remembering.
Because I don't give a fuck about these people.
We can tell you don't give a fuck
about me.
Yeah, of course. I don't give a fuck about you, and I'm an American citizen.
Good.
You know what I care about though? If you did enter the United States, I would care that you got due process if you were sent to a fucking El Salvadorian prison.
Exactly.
So type in his name and then type 2019.
Many times.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna
hearings in 2019, the ones that resulted in him staying in the United States, working in the United States, joining a union
when he was underage,
States, right? No, he wasn't underage in 2019.
Okay, then he was underage when he came then. Okay.
Yes.
And then he had
when he entered the country. See, you don't know any of the fucking shit you're talking about.
And then he had a protection order against him.
Yes, from being deported to El Salvador, correct? Yes.
No, for the spousal abuse thing, right?
No, the protection order. There was a
he had one, right?
There was an attempted restraining order or whatever, but it never got followed. It never actually officially got filed, right?
Okay. So you don't think that a person that is an illegal alien, that is not a citizen of a country,
not an illegal alien,
that then a citizen of that country makes accusations.
He was living here legally. He was
that he was committing violence, and you don't think that the government has the right to kick him out? No, I'm just asking.
Not without due process, no. Yeah, he gets a hearing, and then you can do it with a hearing, which is why they want to facilitate him coming back to get a hearing. Okay, so you agree?
I agree. Yes,
he should come back and get a hearing, and until then, Trump is
no. They can do it on Zoom.
Yes. Sure,
they could do it on Zoom.
Sure.
Okay,
but he would still.
I'm down.
Still be defying the Supreme Court to do that. They would have to do.
No, that's facilitating it. That's the first step in facilitating it, right?
Not necessarily. Well, no. The first step.
That'd be the first step in facilitating it, right? Right, but that's the first step in
facilitating his return. No.
But it would be the first step in facilitating it, right?
No, it's not. No, I don't think so. Why are
Oh,
there two dark places now? I don't know which
oh,
one.
so then all the people who had to have Zoom court, that's not valid?
Are you talking about people who are filing habeas corpus?
No, irrelevant. If you got to go to court for a traffic ticket or a murder charge through Zoom, then it would be just as good for the guy who got deported.
I'd be open to that instead of, but
All
no,
right.
like
See, we've
but
come
that's not
to a
facilitating for
conclusion.
still.
So rather than advocating for a
I would
waste
prefer
of
that.
Okay, Ryan.
But they're not even doing that. They're
Why
not giving
can't
him the
why
hearing.
why can't we agree on something? Why can't just let me try
Because
to
they're
let me
not
try to
doing the
meet
thing.
you
They're not
halfway.
even doing the thing you're asking. They're not even doing the thing that you're saying we should agree to.
Let me try to meet you halfway here.
You're
Let
not
me try to meet you halfway.
You're not. But go ahead.
Let's advocate to begin the process with a Zoom meeting so that we can all make sure whether or not he's a good or a bad guy, right? And we can see all the information instead of advocating for all this waste of time nonsense like an impeachment again. How about we just
advocate for the
look at this?
Okay. I want to ask a simple question, and I don't want to derail it. Are you okay with paper ballots?
I prefer only paper ballots. Yeah.
No, like mail-in ballots that they're just mail-in, or you only want in person?
Only in person.
You only want in person. So if our immigration system continued to be only in person, the extra cost that matters would be okay with you?
Yes.
Interesting.
So even though it's
ID like they do in
no.
Yes.
I only asked the voting question because if it becomes everything is an in-person thing, even though we have the technology to not do it, we don't have to be in person. You can disagree, whatever the voting part is, and I'm okay with it. You want all in person, all by paper, all by punching a pencil in a hole. Fine. But when it comes to our
social security number,
social
security number.
Cool. When it comes to our immigration system that sees millions of people at a time, you want that to function the same way. And then when it costs too much, what are you going to say then? Stop it? Is that the point where even though it's fair and going in the way that you want it to, that you're going to say, no, it's too expensive. We need to stop? Because it's expensive.
So I'm gonna leave you.
Yes.
I'm gonna leave you unsupervised for a moment. Please don't make me regret this.
I'm gonna be gone in a minute. Don't be more than 10 minutes.
I'll just I'll talk very nicely. I'm good.
We'll be
good.
Here. Yeah. We're getting along fine. You've
only
had one threat.
I don't hate you, dude. It's honestly it's
okay.
Just talking crap. We're good. Trust me.
I used to be complete. Listen. I was at the United Nations conference in 2002, I believe it was, at Dalhousie University in Halifax, Nova Scotia, when the former, whatever he was, Secretary of the United Nations or whatever he was, speaking about the invasions in the Middle East and all this stuff. And I asked him a few questions before, during and after the conference. I don't even think it was televised because it was so long ago, right? And so I was on your side. Right, like I was on the side of, law and order, essentially. And then I started actually trying to follow the legal system, right? When things were done wrong and things weren't right and stuff like that, and I would fight and fight and fight. And there was one specific fight that I fought where it was before medical marijuana was before we had decriminalized marijuana laws in Canada. And at that time, there was only medical marijuana, but it was very, very hard to get a doctor that would allow you to get a prescription for medical marijuana. So I fought for probably about 5 years and finally got it so that the law there was then that you could sign a waiver so that the doctor had no responsibility for prescribing you marijuana, and then they had no choice but to prescribe it for you.
Sure.
So then 4 or 5 years later, it got decriminalized, and I learned a very serious lesson. That my medical marijuana that was super cheap because it was medical marijuana now tripled in price because they decriminalized it. And the same company that I bought it from, the only way now that you could get the same type of discount that you could before is if you were a military veteran. So all of a sudden, everything that I did became more expensive so that other people could have the right to have recreational marijuana. Well, that's not what I was advocating for. Get it? So
yes,
every
no,
time
because,
you take two steps, no, every time you take
equivalencies are the same.
It's one step forward, two steps back.
Not when it comes to the functioning of my republic. Because I'm an American, damn it. And the marijuana issue had been basically a fucking argument since the 70s, where it's like, why the fuck are we fighting this people? And it was a tax thing.
Then why did Obama send federal agents to places in California where it was legal?
Because it was a tax thing, and I disagreed with that.
Good. Then the law don't matter.
But that, okay, great, fantastic. You have a win on Obama. I'm not here defending
I have
Obama.
thousands of
I'm here
wins.
defending my fucking republic and the actual rule of law, where you think an executive order gives you the fucking privilege of changing the entire country.
Great, then they need to jail Bush, W. Bush, Obama, and Trump. Then let's do it.
More than both of the other two.
Charges.
Good, then go after the 20-year-old crimes, and then not just the ones that are a couple weeks old.
What's up, Radical?
I'm just saying, like, if we want to hold these past presidents accountable, then we should do so through legal channels. Like,
But they never will be held accountable because we do not hold the levers of power.
You know who we can?
Trump is allowed to do it right now. He's the president. He owns he has the FBI. They're all loyalists. They're all Trump loyalists. He has fucking Kash Patel, who wrote a book about him being the king as the head of the FBI. He absolutely has the right to do these things. Or he absolutely has the ability to do
which I think is funny.
The reason it is stupid. You're right. But the reason he's not doing it is because
Kash
they don't
Patel.
have legal justice. They don't have the legal ability to do these things, and they know they don't.
See, I don't think you guys understand how bad it actually is, right? Because, like, I watched Bill Barr when he was the justice or something, like the Department of Justice, or under Trump first term, right? And he said, comply now, complain later. And then a couple years later, I heard it was either a police chief or a governor say the exact same thing about the illegal arrests that they were conducting. And I think it was a police chief. And then next thing, he was in jail for the things that they were doing. Right. So when these people go out there and say these things and do these things, they actually hurt people.
I think we're getting to a point where I have to ask the very simple question that I think I already asked you before. Are you just basically against the current Constitution as it stands?
No, I'm against the fact that it's not strict. That's my problem.
We're trying to be strict about it as we speak with Supreme Court decisions.
Mm-hmm. But okay, literally about 3 or 4 hours ago, before I was on Millie's 5/5 over there, he's shut down a long time ago, before I came over here, I watched a video where people have houseboats and the Department of Fish and Wildlife, or whatever they are coming to just because they're working with developers that don't want those boats to be out in the water, even though they have every legal right to be out there. These developers just don't want them out there. So Fish and Wildlife, or whatever department it is just going out there and saying that this is a derelict vessel. But then they get the person speaking at a council meeting.
But I'm going to ask you the same question again, just so you know. Are you against the Republic?
1 second. 1 second.
Okay, but I'm going to ask you the same question again.
I'm trying to explain it to you. So
I'm going to ask you the same question again.
Yeah. Then the same representative, that the person that's in charge of this, says, oh, well, the type of things that you guys are describing isn't a derelict vehicle. It's this other classification, which is just like a fix-it ticket and not an actual crime. And they shouldn't be doing that. But they've already done it many, many times, right? And the one guy painted onto the side of his houseboat the Fourth Amendment. Right? So none of this stuff matters. You can say all the Constitution that you want.
And the laws
But you know what does matter? You know what does matter, guys? You know what matters a lot? YouTube memberships, which give you access to the angry jiggle emote.
Yeah, I saw your donations earlier. I saw your donation earlier. Yeah, I'm very happy for you.
I'm shilling. Okay, I just put angry jiggles in the chat. New emote. Thank you. Shouts out to Dark Device, who inspired the angry jiggles emote. I'm adding a couple more right now while you guys settle this. And decide when 10th Man is going to take his spot as prime minister. But while you're doing that, I want to encourage people to donate to the stream and also get a membership if you want to use cute emotes like the angry jiggles, or gift memberships if you're feeling generous, or if you're just having fun and you are appreciating this content. It would help me out a lot. It will make sure that my dog doesn't starve to death. So, all right, carry on.
Feed the puppy.
See, when you say stuff like that, makes me feel like you're not feeding your dog.
Please don't call CPS.
No,
I'm calling CPS.
I'm not weird like that. That's Child Protective Services. I think you got the wrong word.
I'm calling Dog Protective Services.
I know.
Is that your baby? Is it?
He is. I am a dog dad, but I'm joking because of the Ethan Klein Hassan stuff.
Of course.
Okay.
But anyways, back to the politics. Again, because I have to ask the question again. If you do not believe in the Republic because sometimes it fails, I'm okay with that. But you can't say, I believe in the Republic, but because it fails, I want to change the Republic. Do you believe in the Republic, the United States of America, its Constitution, its foundational principles? You either do or you do not. And if you want to change it, I'm okay with it, but you have to say it. And you also have to admit that you're willing to do it by extrajudiciary circumstances. You have to say that.
No, if everything was strict, then I'd be okay with it.
So you're okay with changing it by extrajudiciary circumstances?
No, because as far as I'm concerned, case law is changing it due to extrajudiciary methods.
No, case law is judiciary.
Yeah.
I disagree.
Okay, well,
but it is.
You're not even an American, so I guess we don't care that much.
It works the same in Canada.
We're not talking about
you can fight it there.
No, but it works the same.
I'm not arguing Canadian politics. I'm talking American politics because I'm a fucking American.
It clearly doesn't work the same, right? It's clearly not.
It's not the same. What are you talking about?
There is no enforcement mechanism for which you guys are advocating.
Yes, that's a problem.
It's the Supreme Court.
Okay, but that's the problem in Canada too. It's the exact same thing. You don't get a leader that you can also string up at the end because of his decisions, or else we're not going to have any leaders. That's how it works.
So hang on. Listen, no, the problem is that Trump, a lot of the Constitution of the United States depends on some level of good faith by the people, the representatives, right? So the fact that Trump and his regime are actively looking for gray areas of the Constitution to hammer down on everywhere they can, we don't know how well the Constitution will hold up to that specifically, right? And we're trying to figure that out right now, unfortunately. But that's the problem we're facing. Is it's not that we don't have any sort of enforcement mechanism. It's that we're dealing with a unprecedented level of constitutionality, of constitutional gray area and weakening of our institutions through Trump's actions.
And even our most right-wing Supreme Court is saying, yo, you're fucking up, my guy.
Yeah.
Don't gotta bring me up. I'm just dropping a link. I want you to see my baby. I haven't liked any cats. I have 3.
You're trying to win favor. Don't post
No.
pets now.
1 second here. Where do I go? Here we go.
Damn it all.
I got her 2 years ago, and the other 2 cats are just normal, regular cats. This cat is not. You can't have a cupboard door closed. You can't have. If you go in the bathroom and close the bathroom door, she will bounce her body off that door until you open the door. She loses her mind.
Yeah, we have a cat like that here too.
Yeah, they don't like closed doors. So yeah, play that if you don't mind. Her name's Genocide.
Or he sent me in private chat. You sent? Oh, is it YouTube? Okay, I see.
I changed her middle name though. It's no longer Genocide Star-Lord. It's Genocide Lucifer. And she is the most adorable nightmare you could ever have. That's when she was about 4 weeks old, maybe 4 to 6 weeks old. You can just skip it around. It's just showing her when she's like a baby. Like she could stand in the palm of my hand. She's much bigger now, but she's adorbs.
So just to be clear, having a cute cat is not going to make me support you.
I don't care about
for
that.
The destruction of my country, but
oh my God, the destruction of.
Yeah, literally the destruction of the norms that uphold my rights. Right, I'm not going to endorse your agreement with Trump in terms of destroying the norms that protect me and my family.
No. See, I can disagree with what he did at the same time as providing evidence of previous presidents that have done much worse things and nobody held them accountable.
But you haven't done that. George
Bush.
What Supreme Court ruling did George Bush defy?
Irrelevant. He invaded 2 countries based on false information.
And what law was broken?
International law.
Okay, which ones?
He invaded countries.
What?
You're not allowed to do that.
Disconnected.
You're not allowed to invade other sovereign countries.
Okay, show me what. How do we enforce that?
The same way you would enforce this.
So, I don't think that we do have a system for charging. The International Court can charge crimes, right? But
nope, because America's not part of the ICC.
Okay, well then, there's not. We don't have it. But what we do have is in America we have an impeachment process.
Why can we go back to before that other guy came up? Listen, I'm trying to be respectful. Can we go back to what before that other guy came up and distracted us? Because I thought we had maybe come to a conclusion.
Yeah, that Trump should be impeached.
No. That's a waste of time, just like last time.
Oh, I disagree. I think that's exactly what needs to happen. That's like the exact thing we should be advocating for, like 24/7.
So rather than actually advocate for him having a Zoom meeting and follow through with this process, you just want to try to impeach the president. So we're going to spend the next year and a half to 3.5 years on that.
The president is lying about whether or not this guy
is
declaring him an MS-13 gang member without the trial, without any sort of evidence that he's an MS-13 gang member. He's lying about the tattoos on his hand.
Yeah.
He's asserting over and over that why?
But I'm asking you a question. You think that that's what the next 3.5 years should be spent on?
Only if we can get Republicans on board with it. But right now, a lot of them are too cowardly.
Okay, so you don't actually care about Garcia. You just want to attack Trump.
I don't care about Garcia. I care about the process.
There we go.
I said this 8 times already.
No. I'm not here to get gutches. I stick and I'll come up.
Shut the fuck up. If Kilmar Garcia is proven to be an MS-13 gang member, then we can deal with that.
Yes.
but he has
Okay.
not been proven to be an MS-13 gang member, right?
Okay.
Okay, so that's a problem.
All right.
All right.
So that's why I said advocate for him having Zoom meetings to begin the facilitation of the process, right?
If Trump
He
was
should be able to
even
do his
pretending to
whole
do
trial.
that, then I might agree with you.
Okay,
If Trump
so
was
let's
even pretending to
advocate
do
for that instead of okay, let's advocate for that instead of spending 3.5 years trying to impeach a president. This is a bunch of wasted time, just like last time.
Well, there's other reasons that we should impeach him besides that, but I think
Okay,
that's one
but
good reason to impeach him.
How is that useful to see? How is that useful
because
to
he's
making the country
destroying
a
the
better
fucking
place?
country. He is destroying the country. He's gutting the federal government.
Good.
Yes, you
When's the
want
last
my
time you
country
went in?
destroyed. That's
Do
the
you
problem.
watch any
You want my
auditing
country to be
videos at all?
destroyed. I don't.
No. Do you watch any auditing videos?
Any auditing videos?
Yeah, where people go to government offices to do like a freedom of information request or anything like that.
I haven't watched any FOIA request videos. What are you getting at?
You should.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I
80%
should.
of the
and
yeah, 80.
Sure.
I can show you. Really should.
I like that stuff. Yeah, that's fine.
You really should subscribe to my page, to my channel. I don't do a lot of shows, but if you turn on the bell for everything, and this, I'm not saying this, and then I'm going to leave. I'm not leaving yet. I'll leave when something else happens. But anyway, that's how I came to this space. All right, is for almost a decade now, I've been the supporter of a lot of First Amendment auditors. Rights Crispy, NC Tyrant Hunter, Joe Cool, Liberty Troll, Sam Joaquin Valley, Transparency, big auditors with hundreds of thousands of subscribers, right? And I've been on their channels. They've been on my channel. You can see the January 6th video there where I had a whole group of them. It was actually Joe Cool's panel at that time because he asked me to do it. And so I've watched many tens of thousands of these videos.
Cool.
In my approximation, 80+% of government employees don't do anything. More than 80% of government.
Approximation.
But I'm supposed to care what you think?
Well, I mean, you're not even a citizen of my country, the one that you're advocating for the destruction of.
I probably know more about America than you do.
You might, and yet you're advocating to destroy it.
I thought I was American until I was about 10 years old.
Well,
because a large majority of my family live in America. Because what you think is the destruction of America, I saw the destruction of America when the Patriot Act came into effect and the Five Eyes got instituted.
And now you're saying that we should make it worse.
No, I'm saying, as far as I'm aware, Trump is highly considering, if not has already begun the process, to remove America from the Five Eyes.
And what's that going to look like?
You mean where your own citizens can't be spied on by the other four of the other Five Eye countries legally outside of any type of law without a FISA warrant or any type of thing, and then can provide that information that was illegally obtained to your intel agencies, which is technically against the law, but because it's another surveillance agency in a different country, that makes it not illegal? You have no problem with that?
I don't know enough about what you're talking about.
Right.
And I can't take your word for any of that
I'm not here to.
I'd be willing to learn all the stuff you just said. I might agree with Trump doing that thing, but I'm just saying that's a lot.
I think Trump's doing more good than bad. And I also have now begun to argue against Doge as well, but I'm going to have to look into that a bit better after I found out about the Supreme Court thing.
Okay. Do you have any final words?
You shutting down?
No, I think I'm going to shut down the panel and just talk to my chat for a bit.
All right, talk to your chat. I'll be back. I specifically turned on your bell.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Been-
Everyone
been
should do
trying
that,
to
by the
catch
way.
you.
That's a great thing to do. Yeah. Turning on that
And I
bell. Let you
also
know when
shared your
I'm live.
channel when I came up here too.
I appreciate that. That's very nice of you.
Well, yeah, that's what I do. I have no, you understand that I have no actual animosity towards you, right? Like I would have argued the exact
It's
same
not
points as
personal,
you
but my animosity towards you is
15
not
years ago.
personal. It's towards your advocation for the destruction of my country.
No. You don't understand what your country is, and I will teach you over time.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Go research the Five Eyes.
Okay, I will.
Okay.
All right. How's everyone doing? Yeah, it's our country. He is everywhere. Yeah, that's true. He does do that. I don't hate 10th man. I mean, he's annoying, but like, I,
I literally cannot do that anymore.
well, it's over. What's the? I mean, I don't know all the stuff he was saying about the Five Eyes specifically. Like, I feel like that's probably being overstated because a lot of stuff he says is overstated. So I don't. I mean, I might condemn certain things that he's talking about, but like none of it would mean that I'm going to want Trump to exert more power over the American people. Like,
I think that when we're having a modern conversation about what's currently going on, it's definitely okay to bring up things about Biden, things about Obama. Like I'm not going to disagree with it. There were definitely extrajudicial things that went on.
yeah.
But an entire breaking of the entire system in the way that it's currently existing is a huge fucking leap from Bush, Obama, Clinton. I can name every other president that I voted for.
Yeah.
And none of them equate, even the ones I didn't like.
Sorry, I'm setting up other emojis right now.
Do your thing. I just got extremely frustrated. Like, I'd make a point, and I said about millions of Americans, and I was like, was it millions of Americans? And it went into this whole thing, and I'm like, my brother in Christ, you didn't even let me make a point.
Yeah, he was like, "Wow, you caught you red-handed. You
I
love
was like, dude, I didn't even make
you
a
love
point.
killing brown
What do you
people
mean?
overseas. This proves it."
It's frustrating because, like, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm the first one to be like, I don't know everything. I'm a dumbass.
Can't relate.
Plenty of times. At least let me prove myself a dumbass.
All right, we added another emote has been added. We have now.
And by the way, I
Angry
saw it in
Jig.
chat. Thank you so much. I love to see my Jigglypuff perpetuated.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you again for your donations earlier. Seriously, that was
always
really
happy to help
encouraging,
people,
really cool to
man.
see.
I'm happy for you, dude. You got lots of people listening. It's great. Love to hear it.
We got 2 Pokemon emojis. We got the angry Jiggles and Sipping Squirtle.
Oh,
Great
Sipping
stuff.
Squirtle.
Sippy Squirtle. All right, hang on. I gotta see the chats. Some of the chats here. Okay. Yeah. Bro. Wait. What? Did your mic go off or something? I don't know. Did that guy end up making one point in that discussion? Not really, except for that, like, basically saying that things were already so bad that Trump should be allowed to do whatever, I guess, because there were other bad things that happened before. What up, Alpha? Okay, welcome back.
Hey, why do you do it this way? By the way, is it just easier for you?
Well, yeah, it was the quickest thing to get up and running. It was StreamYard. So on my Mac, I think I have to install some extra stuff to share audio. So if I like, it doesn't have that enabled by default. Like there's like some third party shit I have to do. And I'm streaming from a Mac, like a Mac Mini. So I have to get that stuff set up. But once I do, then I'll just do from OBS.
I
just
operate
haven't done that yet,
strictly.
yeah.
I operate strictly on mobile. I don't even have a
Yeah.
computer at this point. I've tried to be as perpetually offline as I can, but it's just counterintuitive. I click the link, I join, but every single button I press kind of kicks me. Just letting you know. I don't think other users only operate on mobile, but
No.
the bigger you get, some might. That's it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, eventually I'd like to set up better systems. Like through, I mean, I have a Discord. It's just like barely set up. And
So is
again,
mine.
I have to get like the all the audio stuff sorted out so I can share audio conversations. But for now, yeah, it does the job just for getting people up.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely help today.
Yes, Cop Watcher. I have both. Yeah, I actually have two Mac Minis sitting on top of each other. Both of them are M4s.
Are
They're
they
small though.
sexually
They're
attracted to each other?
I haven't checked. They come apart if I lift them, so they're not too attracted to each other. They work together well though.
Clearly.
I have my mouse moves. I have two screens and they're actually they're like each connected to the other Mac Mini. So and I use my one Bluetooth mouse and my one Bluetooth keyboard, and it's seamless. Like just I can scroll right between my screens like it's one
Good
computer.
stuff.
So it's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yep.
Nice. Lou Ray needs to be here, but he hates Ryan. Lou Ray can't be here because he loves me too much and he gets triggered. Yes, that is bad. Fuzzy.
I didn't realize I could read chat without actually having to click away. I just have to see the bottom of the screen.
Well, there's also the oh yeah, I guess I don't know how to do it on mobile. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
On channel screenplay of what's going on in chat.
Trump's America doping is expected. I voted for them to do the bad thing. That's fine. That doesn't mean they get to. That's fine that you want them to break the law. That doesn't mean they're allowed. That's not how it works. You have to actually change the laws, which you can do by electing representatives who are going to actually change the laws and do their jobs. But the Republicans in Congress are sitting on
wants
their
a
asses.
monarchy. We can't win with him.
Yeah, I know.
He'll
Just
take
saying.
a monarchy.
Oh yeah, happy Mother's Day.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
I
is.
have to-
Oh, damn it. Okay,
It
I'm
is.
gonna go. I gotta
I have
text
to
my
go see my mom today. Lou Ray and 10th Man would it would implode. Okay, so I need to do. I think I have room for a couple more emotes for now. I'm gonna put the Shrek and I'm gonna put the Care and the Happy Shrek and maybe the Baby Umbreon. Oh, good. I want Lou. Yeah, I would watch that. I would host that. I would host them battling it out for sure. At least briefly until the slurs go too hard and yeah. How you doing, chat? This has been fun. By the way, if you like what you've been seeing here, consider dropping a super chat, super thanks, maybe a membership. Get a membership so you can use these cute little Pokemon emojis, emotes. They're so cute. They're so cute. So adorable. Absolutely fantastic. I wish they showed up on StreamYard, but they don't like this, so I gotta figure that out. Like the stream, Yeah, there's a few Nerf guns in the background. Rude cunt crab. A block party and show that on the projector screen. Just chilling, Growling. Just chilling. You know, it's fun. It feels good. I'm glad that I ended up streaming. There was a few moments where, like before, where I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna do it. Maybe I'll find some excuse. But I got I'm not actually like super into Nerf or anything, but I got like for Christmas every year, my uncle would bring like a bunch of Nerf guns, so I just kind of collected them. It was just a fun like family trend that we did. The only member you can see is a Jiggly. Maybe refresh it. Thank you, Fairy Floss. I appreciate you being here as well. And Alpha. These are cute emojis. These are cute emotes too, but they're not as cute as the Jigglypuff and the Squirtle, which apparently are not showing for everyone. They're still probably loading up. Well, actually, I don't even see. That's interesting. On my screen, I'm looking at my Radical Coder message, and I don't even see the I don't even see my emotes, which is disappointing. That's true. YouTube default emojis are free. Oh, are fire. Yeah, they're fire and free. Yeah, when I just refresh a tab, now I do see my Jiggly and Squirtle. But let me see. I'm also gonna add here. Let me pull up. I'm gonna share my Excalibur workspace so we can see. You really only see the Jiggy? Well, maybe it's well, I don't know. I guess Fuzzy can't see it either. The only member let me see. Maybe I set it. Maybe I didn't change the setting properly. No, it's here. I don't know. Well, I can see it. Yeah, Alpha, you can't. You're not a member. Okay, now Fuzzy sees it. Good. Yes. That's what we want. Don't add the Shrek ones. They don't suck. They're cute. You're not even a member. You don't get to vote. You don't get a vote. Only members get a vote on what emotes to add. If you get a membership, then your voice matters. Until then, it's useless. Also, I just added a family name, Radicals, so that's why we now. Oh, wait, I thought that was about the stream. Okay, now I gotta get rid of that. You can't subscribe? I'm sorry. Oh yeah, you said that your channel for whatever reason that YouTube thinks you're a business or a woman or whatever. Well, maybe if someone's kind enough to gift some memberships, then I don't know if Dark can receive gifts either. Yeah, I mean, Dark definitely pressed the money button earlier. Look, Dark pressed the money button twice. Pressed that button super well, super crazy appreciated. Well, I mean, don't let me stop you. You're very welcome to send money. Use 5. No, don't worry. Don't worry about it, Fuzzy. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. It does rule. Yes, thank you for that. If you can gift memberships, guys. If you can't, it's okay. I'm happy to have you here regardless. If you can't, then like the stream, and like whenever we're done, maybe like leave comments and stuff for the algorithm so that people will be like, oh, Radical Coder stream? That's crazy. I haven't seen that guy streaming in forever. I love that guy. He's so handsome and funny. Oh, thank you, Dark Device. More Dark Device. You're absolute king shit, Dark Device. This is why Dark Device got the Jiggles emote. Okay, Angry Jiggles emo. Angry Jiggles in the chat for Dark Device, everyone. Angry Jiggles. If you're a member, drop some Angry Jiggles in the chat, please, for Dark Device. Drop those Angry Jiggles. Angry Jiggles. Lots of Angry Jiggles. Love to see those. Excellent. So I think I'm gonna do the baby Umbreon. Angry Jiggles. That's right. Angry Jiggles. We'll take the angry emojis. It's okay. It's the next best thing. I think we'll do the baby Umbreon. The baby Umbreon and the care emote, the regular Facebook care. I'm gonna do those two. I do really like the Shrek heart, and I think it's on brand because I have my Shrek costume, and maybe one day we'll do like if we'll have like a goal where I put on the Shrek costume if we get enough chats or like super chats or something like that. That could be some fun memes. Okay, so I need to copy this image. And now I have the subject. There we go. I have the emote. Oh my God. Okay. How do I do this? There we go. I think I can make it a little bit bigger, right? And let's do. There we go. Now I can export this. I care. And now I'm going to add the care. All right, members, great news. We have another new emote in the chat. Yeah, I don't know why you can't sub either. I'm not sure. Ryan, the emote sucks. What emote? Which emote do you think sucks? You sucks. Yeah, I don't know why you can't sub either. I hope you maybe we'll get a cute Pepe eventually. Angry hearts count. That's right. Yes, angry hearts do count. If you don't have a membership, we'll allow angry hearts. Apparently not. I'm not sure. Put it in my Discord. Literally not an option. Shrek probably. We like the Shrek. Fairy likes the Shrek. Growling hates the Shrek. But neither of them are members, so unfortunately, their voices don't matter here. Not yet, at least. But we have care reacts now. Super excited for the care reacts. Thrilled to show how much we care in the chat. If you're a member, you can now care. You can now tell everyone how much you care. Pill bugs don't want a Shrek. I don't know what that means. Cares. We got cares now. I care now. What is that from? It's like a meme, but I don't know what the context is. I want to ungroup these. Did I do it? Is there an ungroup button? Oh, there. Okay. Wait, no. Okay. Now I have the box I can use. So let's. I do like this Sleepy Squirtle's pretty cute, but I think Baby Umbreon is next. Right? We got to do Baby Umbreon. My good boy. Very sweet baby boy. Sleeping under my feet right now. He's right by the wheels of the chair, which is always scary to me, but he's okay. Baby Umbreon. Look at that little guy. Look at little baby Umbreon. Oh my god, he was so little. What happened to you? You're disgusting now. He was so cute back in the day. He's like, what the fuck, man? There we go. Export image. God, he's so cute. What a cute creature. What the hell? BB Umbreon. I'll come back and look at the chat in a second. I hope you guys haven't like killed each other. Upload. BB Umbreon. Okay. Let's see. Yes, Philip. Shouts out to Philip. Philip gifted our memberships earlier. Super appreciate it. Arachne was probably talking about the Shrek emote. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a Rick and Morty. Okay, yeah. I care now. That's right. Okay. He will literally turn into a Shrek. Yes. That's a dono goal. Baby Umbreon. Oh, God. He's literally just the best dog in the world. Like, can we get some Umbreons and some baby Umbreons in chat from my members? Some BB Umbreons in chat now. BB Umbreons coming, incoming. There's the BB Umbreons. So cute, dude. Look at all these. Look at these emotes, dude. Killer emotes. Awesome emotes. I bribed you. I want more of the pets in my pets channel. I can do that. I can post more Umbreon pictures in your pets channel. I got you. Yeah, he's a good boy. I'm sorry that you were killed by Fuzzy. Rip in peace. He will be missed. Come here, Umbreon. Hey, come here. Come here, sleepy boy. Does anybody have any final memes? I think I'm what do I think about Ye's song? Honestly, the first listen, I was like, this sucks. The second one, I was like, it's not like the worst song in the world, but I mean, it's just like, it's not gonna get platformed, you know? Like it's not gonna play anywhere. I like Ye's music. I have for a long time, and I can appreciate musically what he's doing there, but Jesus, dude, Jesus Christ, you know, like what a bizarre choice. I'm a Life of Pablo fan, you know. It slaps. Parts of it do. Can I use the excuse that others have killed more, therefore my crime should not count? It's okay. Yeah. It's okay to kill because other people have killed. That's so real. Do I have more spaces for emotes? Let me see. I do. I can have 5. I think I can have 5 now. Yeah, or I can have 6. I can have 6. So we have 2 more slots. Yeah, 6. Yep. Wait, what did I just agree to? Yeah, there's 6 emotes is what I'm saying. Jesus. Yeah, I can have 6 emotes. We've got cute sleepy Squirtle. We have Umbreon as an Umbreon, which is a little. The background's a little wonky. I probably could fix that before I post it as an emote. But I am gonna do Shrek Heart. I have room. And I tell you what, if Growling. If Growling ends up getting gifted a membership or gets a membership or something, then we'll see if we'll see about reconsidering. But for now, his voice is completely irrelevant to me until then. So I like the Shrek emote. I think it's adorable. I think it's appropriate for the stream. It's a cute callback to my debate with Craig. I think it's great. Shrek Care. It's been done. We now have, wait. Gotta refresh again. Wait, did it not save? Oh, it's there. It's gonna take a minute to show up, I guess. Yeah, it hasn't showed up in the chat yet, but that's okay. W emojis, yes. W emotes, we're happy. Just from I'm East Coast. But I'm my my sleep schedule right now is basically like sleep when I'm tired until I'm not. It's very fluid. So I don't know if I'll always be streaming at like some consistent time, but yeah, make sure you got the alert bell. Click that alert bell. That'll help you out. We'll probably do a bunch of different time. We'll probably do like also yeah. My sleep schedule has just always been all over the place. I've always been like a very fluid sleep scheduler. You know, very cute, very based. Quiet Spooter. Are you gonna watch the Thunderbolts? I want to. I mean, I already, of course, know all the spoilers and everything because I follow all that stuff. But yeah, I really want to watch it. I've heard nothing but good things. It sounds like a fun movie. I'm super stoked for Doomsday. So the only thing about going to watch Thunderbolts is I can't bring my dog, and Umbreon kind of like honestly goes everywhere with me right now. So I'd have to get like maybe if I find like a drive-in or something, I can sit in my car and like bring a pretty girl and Umbreon maybe. But I don't know if I'm gonna go to a movie theater anytime soon, especially not with the Trump tariffs potentially making movies even more expensive. Yeah, all good, Dr. Vice. I seriously appreciate you being here tonight. I can post when I see he is live and help you know dark. Yeah, also that, yes. Yeah, I will set up I'll set up some stuff in various Discords. Excited for Doomsday. Gonna be fun. Gonna be cool to see all the X-Men, the Fantastic Four, and everyone all together, you know. Every fiber of my being wants an all-black Captain America, Steve Wilson Avengers called the Dark Avengers. Oh, that would be pretty funny. Tariff on foreign films is based. I mean, if you say so. Hey, Growling, who pays tariffs? Tell us who pays tariffs. Just curious what you say. Oh, we got Shrek Care. Yeah, who pays tariffs? Tell us. Educate us. Who pays tariffs? I want to know. Which people? What's up, Dinkus? How you doing, Abe? Thanks for tuning in. Which people? The people. That's true. Which people? If I impose a tariff in my country, which people pay that tariff? Pray tell. Hang on one second. I'm good. I've had a lot of fun tonight. I'm doing quite well. It's been a great stream. Well, you say duh, and I appreciate you saying it. Thank you. Correct. But, you know, I mean, our president disagrees with you. He seems to be convinced that that's not how it works, but I appreciate you saying so. I love Jurassic Park. I feel like Death of a Unicorn will be in the same category. I don't know what that... I remember... Did I see a trailer for that or something? Is that I'm not too aware of it. A tariff on you anime watchers. True. I will lock arms with you against the anime, the weeaboos. I'm with you there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen the trailer. It's a movie that's coming out. I think. Okay, one more emote. One more emote. I don't know if I want to do a scary, aggressive unicorn movie. Oh, I didn't know it was a horror movie. I mean, is it like a comedy horror? Like, is it like a, or is it just maybe we should watch the trailer. Let's see. Death of the Unicorn. Oh yeah, it's got Paul Rudd and Jenna Ortega. Hell yeah. Okay, hang on. Am I gonna get like copyright stuff for playing this trailer? Probably not, right? Yeah, we can watch the trailer. Okay, cool.
Ridley? Are you okay?
It kind of felt like it was showing me something. I get this feeling I don't think we're supposed to be here.
The Leopolds donated this entire nature preserve. And they care about a lot of things, not just pharmaceuticals.
Fine. I will sit there and smile.
Sorry, we're late.
What happened? You walked from the airport or what?
It's perfect timing.
I need you to act like everything is fine.
Is there something in your car?
A lot of species in this area are rare. What
What a
exactly are
cast.
we saying this is, though?
I think we know exactly what it is.
A horse-like mammalia.
With some sort of protrusion or growth.
It's a fucking unicorn.
I don't think I should be in swim shorts for this moment.
I don't think that we're supposed to have this.
We need to study it.
Whatever it is, it seems to be the cure for cancer.
Cancer? That's the biggest one. An opportunity for greatness, for immortality. I've never been so alive.
Dad, please just listen to me. We need to give the little one back. Okay, bad things will happen.
There are two of them?
They're gonna kill us.
I'll do whatever I have to take care of you. You'd retreat in the face of opportunity.
That horn was rather girthsome.
The enemy.
I'm picking up vibration.
Here's hoping we kill Bigfoot on the way home, huh?
All right. Cool. That does look fun. Yeah, it sounds good. It looks good. What a cast. That's absolutely stacked. Paul Rudd, Jenna Ortega, Will Poulter, Taya Leone, Taya, is that I say it right? Taya? Richard E. Grant, Taya Leone. Cool. Oh, okay. Well, any fans? I think I'm pretty tired now. I think my voice is like starting to be on the if I keep going, I'm not going to feel great. But this has been awesome. Seriously, I appreciate you all so much for hanging out. Thank you all for donations and memberships, and yeah, like this is super cool. This is super encouraging. There will definitely be more. Yeah, there will be a lot more. I'm gonna eat something and nap with my buddy. So Umbreon, give them some love. Say, yeah, my good boy. Say thank you, everyone. Thank you for making sure I can eat. Yeah, I was gonna starve him, but now I'm not. Thanks to you guys. Thank you all. Seriously, it means the world. Anyone with a membership, drop some emotes in chat to close this out. And if not, drop some. Yeah, thank you, Fuzzy. Beautiful, beautiful. If not, just drop some regular emojis. You know, whatever else. And yeah, like I said, like leave some comments, some silly, absurd comments, and afterwards, just to make sure it pops up in the algorithm for other people. Oh, sleepy boy, yeah, sleepy boy, it's okay. All right, much love to you all. Drink some water, like I'm about to go do. Never stop learning. Learning is radical. Love you all. Peace.